Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は323日目です。It is day 323. Day 3? We're in day 3 of the cycle. And it kind of looks like we have a triple day. So this would be roughly like 4 units of reviews. We got 3 stacked on top of our 77. And the time that we're doing this, that would mean that tomorrow... oh, actually, tomorrow we start early. We would have 0 lessons. So we're probably going to do a flip schedule where we start with HanziHero first, then go to WaniKani. We got to finish the 77 very soon, though. Otherwise, tomorrow would be a 0 day. Which we could work on burnout. We'll find out when today's session is over. Let's get right into it. It's one of my largest grievances, existing and pre-existing grievances about scheduling. This constantly looks like shiki, but it's not shiki. Dang it. We have there. Oh, what? Oh, wait. Yes. Okay. Oh no. Oh there, Danny. Hello. Wait, is it the weekend? It's Monday. Yeah, I work right now. I'm doing pretty well today. How are you? Yeah, you at work right now? I see. You're off Thursdays and Fridays, okay. I'll make a mental note of that. Yeah. No, I know you so well. I do? Oh, we try. That's how it works. You gotta collect information, you know? The more you know, the more you have to work with. Did you manage to finish up your find a good place to send your card out? Or do you still have like one more stage somewhere to work on? It's getting close. Almost done? Very nice, very nice. Should be done tonight. Ganpatte. Alright. Good luck. How are you? Are you sending the card personally? How are you going about? How do you usually interact with this person?
幼稚園
Sakihodo. What? Oh no, wait, Sakihodo.
先ほど
Sakihodo. Do the different colors pink, purple mean something? Purple means vocabulary. Pink means the character themselves. Hello there, Bree. You'll probably send in it framed in glass, signed. Very nice. Very nice. That's a beautiful gesture. Oh, you're going to visit them when you give it to them. Very kind of you. Sakihodo. What are you up to, Bree? I imagine you're getting ready soonish for Thanksgiving. Sakihodo. Drawing a blank. I'm gonna come back to that.
官僚的
Anyo-tek.
照らす 間違い
Ingai. Not really time to get ready for it, just show up on time and be hungry. Sole? Oh, for Thanksgiving? Not really into turkey like that? I see. I'm not sure what that is. Hold up. Oh. You know, I didn't ever connect that soup with a name. I see. That looks very comforting. Adding to the reading deck is going well. Been much easier memorizing one at a time, and you've learned many during the transfer process too. Very nice, very nice. After maybe like a week or two, you can, you know, see how well they combine back together, right? You can do them together at some time if you want it. You can even choose when you're using your reading deck, you can choose to like, oh, well, I know the meaning anyways, so your thoughts with the meaning can come after the reading. And then vice versa on the meaning deck. When you're on the meaning deck, over time, you're like, well, I know the read anyway, so I'll do meaning, then read. And the idea, like the whole idea behind swapping up is Sometimes if you don't want to remember things, like you don't want to keep on investing a lot more time into collecting information, the limited information you have can find different ways. So if you know A and you go to B and you go to C, you can also go to C to B to A. This is two different ways. These are two different methods, right? It's kind of like going from English to Japanese and then Japanese to English. It will help you reinforce, like, you don't need to worry about order. The thing that I noticed when we first talked about how you're thinking about things is sometimes you're not quite sure which way you prefer. So you're kind of going back and forth. And that's pretty good. And it takes a really long time because you're doing both at the same time. However, it's found that most people like focusing on one way. However, if they stick to that one way, that means there's only one way to fail. Like, you'll be more likely to fail. So if you want to reinforce, so now we're not talking about like learning for the first time. This is faster if you're learning one way. But when you're practicing, you can switch up the order. So with every increasing variable, like if there's an additional step, you have 4 new ways to look at it. Like, it multiplies. So if you only have 2 steps, right? If you only have 2 steps, then the idea is you can do it both ways. This will give you 2 ways to do the quote-unquote same thing, but different. So that you don't get tired. It doesn't feel like, and hear me out, Mika. You don't have to always complete one and always complete the other. Because remember that you're doing it twice. You're making associations twice. So you're doubling on each other while you're thinking of them separately. Technically when you're doing this, you're tying it to C. So you're actually reinforcing multiple things at once. And in the future, you don't have to do them separately. You can do them all together at the same time. But the thing is, if you notice that you're having trouble on a very specific thing, sometimes separating them and allowing you to have the opportunity. The goal was to figure out what is it about the reads so that you don't have to constantly get it confounded. So this is the experiment, right? The experiment is you're removing all the things that work in order to focus on the thing that doesn't work. It can provide clarity. When you're doing like 10 different things, it will be very difficult to know what is not working and what is working, right? So hopefully you find something. You could enjoy swap the order on Anki as in which comes on the front. Oh yeah, that's true. You can also do that too. So you can save time figuring out other ways to achieve that. To me, that's what I do. And I do it enough to get a consistency. So when you're saying accuracy, right? Say you gave yourself an arbitrary accuracy of 90% per day. After like some conditions, whatever your conditions are. So you use that. And what you do, in my opinion, what I would do is I would figure out as many different ways that I need to do in order to reach this amount. And that's it. And this amount, it has conditions. So the amount of time, the amount of, prep work. With all these conditions, you can use a metric that you aim for, like a passing grade or something like that. And you create as many redundancies. There are redundancies for retention. they're not redundant because they are different. These are different. So if you add like a different method, that's another redundancy. Like if you do graded readers for the same exact vocabulary, you watch vlogs and you look and practice for the same exact vocabulary and stuff, those are different ways to create redundancy. The way you're doing it with the Anki deck is more controllable. It's a lot more isolated, and that allows you to figure out what's going on, right? It's easier to figure out things when it's not too complicated. That's why, in my opinion, sometimes vlogs, graded readers, or things very, very high, if you don't have the awareness already, you don't know where the error is coming from. So immersion, for example, in my opinion, like early immersion with my parents when I'm learning Fujonese, whatever habits I have, it's difficult to know where it's coming from because I learned, quote unquote, intuitively here. So the nice thing about intuition is you don't have to do any of this stuff. So if it works, it works, right? Like if you learn how to throw a ball by throwing a ball and you saw someone and you just mirrored them and throw a ball, that's a really complicated process. So if it works, you never have to, you don't have to look at it. It won't be a problem. It doesn't make you upset. It doesn't consistently put you off. And then, you know what happens when someone becomes really, really good at baseball or really, really good at hitting a racket? In order to get the other percentage of improvement, they have enough repetition and consistency, even in a complex situation, to figure out the smaller details. So that's when you become, you know, a pro athlete, and then a pro athlete then start adding knowledge and data and analytics on top. That's like the talent approach, but obviously you can analyze things before you become someone who's intuitive. So for language, that's the approach that I'm taking. Others are taking the other way around. They use immersion and then they go seek answers to the things they find. I take a method and I learn the foundations and then go and immerse in the thing. So you can do either if you want. You can combine them. You can alternate them between days. Like on Mondays, you want to do the reverse. You do your immersion first and then your things. Those things get more complicated. So keeping it simple helps you solve things if you want to think about solving them. If you want to brute force them, then do more. Right? So the thing is, the thing that I would probably focus on right now is you have to be able to do both. If you're gonna test both ways, you need the mindset to do so. Because and the common denominator in order to make both of these successful is consistency. Neither of these can get by without consistency. They both require consistency. So there's oftentimes planning is an analytical approach. So if you constantly think of planning and you're constantly using logic and stuff, then you take an analytical approach. If you're a viber and you're trying to work on experience, you still need consistency. But now you need to vibe whatever that is that keep you consistent. These are two different things, right? Because vibing requires an innate intrinsic motivation. It's coming from somewhere. And oftentimes it's reward centered. So when you vibe, you're using motivation, intrinsic interest, reward centers, and that's what you vibe to keep reinforcing consistency, because you're not planning things. When you're going in an analytical approach, you're going to plan things. You have to commit to them with intent. Vibing doesn't require intent. Interest creates that intent. So the underlying thing is, even if you're going to test both, you have to be aware of what makes both consistent in order to actually have them work out. So ultimately, this is pretty much what at least I've been trying to focus on. Like, we're trying to lay the foundations of consistency, regardless if you have talent, which allows you to more adequately vibe, or you're a hard worker. Both of these require that you can be consistent in them. The consistency to achieve both of these are different. Like, how do you be consistent when you're vibing is different, is significantly, I'm not saying it's entirely different, it's significantly different to make both of these work. A hard worker, planning, commitments, intention, that type of awareness can make a hard worker a hard worker. You can make yourself a hard worker through discipline and due diligence. Talent, when you're vibing, you're not really focused on structure, but you're focusing on motivation, where your feelings and stuff take you. So if your feelings are poor, right? If you're constantly demotivated, feeling terrible, and saying you don't have the vibe skills, then it is usually balanced out with all the things that make hard work possible. So with both of these, then you can test both and do whatever you want. I think all of this stuff comes before you test the method. So juggling a lot here. The foundations is to show up, right? You have to show up. And I'm going to take a page from what you shared. If you think that you can't keep up a if you're disinterested in keeping up a Duolingo streak, imagine everything else. The success of the Duolingo streak is it requires less than 30 seconds to maintain a streak. So this is vibeable and plannable. That's why people keep using Duolingo. Now, if someone says, oh, after 100 days, I can't bother to spend 30 seconds to do a lesson to get a streak, then you could see a lot in how are you going to maintain a vibe, let alone a plan. Both of these require that you do more than this. Right? That's kind of one of those things. Like, I don't need engagement to stay consistent. Duolingo provides engagement in order to help people understand how to stay consistent. The thing is, they can choose not to learn what is it that makes Duolingo consistent for them. And one of the things that lots of times when people talk about language learning techniques, like methods and whatnot, the first thing they assume is that you already have that. It's a check for motivation. It's a check for confidence. It's a check for self-awareness. Most of these methods already assume that when you choose to go into language learning, all of these are already fulfilled. Except for things that gamify. And gamification things, like apps, like WaniKani, Wushu, with their numbers and levels and SRS, they're assuming you don't have this yet. And how are they going about it? they're going about it by a planning stage. So they're using analytics to provide all of this. And if you're not motivated by the analytics and the numbers and stuff, then you don't have this yet. So you can't engage consistently in language learning until you're assumed to have these things intact. Like, I can use any of the tools because I know that I can vibe along and do analytics. So if I had to use a immersion tool, I know that regardless if the immersion tool is bad, good, useful or not, I can stay consistent enough to make it work. Unfortunately to me, largely due to the nature of apps and the internet and stuff, this stuff requires gamification because no one wants to work on their source of motivation, confidence, and self-awareness. Like this right here is either boring, hard, or unfamiliar. So why did I choose these words? Boring is because it lacks engagement and is easy to come by. Hard is because it requires effort, and that's leading to the idea that it is unfamiliar. So when was the last time someone had to work on motivation, confidence, and self-awareness? On the internet, it tells you what you already know. So you don't need self-awareness. Whatever you think it is true is true. And then on the internet, engagement is instant. Every single day. So you don't need to work on engagement. Go on the internet and it'll provide it for you. You click on a video and there it is. You don't have to make your own engagements. And motivation? We don't have to even go to motivation. Doom scroll for 5 minutes a day and it'll instantly become 2 hours. These things are all tied together on the internet and they're easy to come by. So then whenever you choose to do something that is not reinforced by these things, then it will become very hard because you can't find motivation to language learn easily. Like, it's not very engaging unless you make it, right? So all of these things, you're like, oh, well, if I can make motivation come easy, then you check the box. I can make it engaging, even though no one's providing it, then you check a box. I can be motivated even when nothing is happening, then you check a box. So if you check these boxes, then you don't need to use an app to help you. Apps that are successful now have all 3 of these boxes checked. And they are designed as a form of gamification because gamification fulfills these 3 roles very, very rapidly. So oftentimes when I look at an app, the question is the success due to this or what comes after? And generally, in my opinion, it comes from this first because that's something that the kids, the target audience lacks. They lack a source of motivation, a source of interest, engagement, and interest. Yeah, interest, engagement, and motivation. You think your consistency has been okay on most days, just not the day after a very hard review session? Several cards that you keep falling short of days, but you see where I come from. Yeah. I don't know, unfortunately. I'll take your word for it because you haven't done anything consistent yet since we spoke. I don't actually know what it is that is consistent. Like, consistency means that your mood, your outcomes, and your other things start to share a predictable pattern in which you can build upon it. But since we started talking the last 7 days, every single day came with new problems. And every single day came with a brainstorm of something to change. It hasn't been like months or years yet. And whenever you talk about something, it didn't last for more than a month's period before you decided there's a disagreement and you want to change it. Yeah, you go day by day, so that's not consistent. You might be able to do something consistently within an hour and make it feel like it's consistent. We're talking about life skills now. So life skills tend to be like years. So here's a fun exercise if you want. Maybe when you have time on your free time and whatnot that you've scheduled, write down the things you have done for a really long time and that they were consistently being done with maybe very consistent results. And then explore why those things are consistent. Are they coming from within, or are they obligations placed on you? Because there are obligations that are placed on you that should be on that list. Like eating, sleeping. Now, we're not talking about bad or good. We're now trying to be as logical as we can. So there are things that when you ask yourself, what do you do consistently? Even though you didn't learn anything or and vibed it out and etc. On that list should be at least 6 or 7 things that no matter who you are, since you're human, it should be on that list. And eating is probably going to be one of them. And the idea to make this list is to contrast the number of things you do voluntarily, consistently, versus the things you have to do. If the number is overwhelmingly reinforced by things you have to do, like go to school, go to class, then that kind of answers the question of whether you have vibed out a strategy to do something voluntarily, or you have analytically also done it. Like you would be able to explain the things that aren't obligatory. Going to class is going to be obligatory. Passing a test that someone says you have to pass is obligatory. As in, those are the things you have to do, and they should be on that list. Now you're going to compare it and contrast it to everything you have chosen to do, in which you can reinforce yourself to be consistent on them. And if you have those examples, is what you're looking for. Because then you look at them and say, how did I do it? How did I maintain a 500-day Discord bot streak, for example? Sure. The characteristics in those things are able to explain some of the things that already work. So whenever I see someone who says they have a 2,000-day streak in Duolingo, and then they gonna tell me, oh, I want to start learning to read manga, and they would ask me something like, well, how do I stay consistent in reading manga? I can ask the person, how did you maintain your Duolingo streak? That's something you can learn. You can use that information. If they say they're not creative enough to make it like that, the first thing I would tell them is habit association. They already use Duolingo to maintain an existing streak. If you want to vibe a habit association, read your manga before you do your Duolingo streak. That's a intuitive way of linking together something that you already vibe, because you don't want to analyze it, and associate it with another habit that needs to be formed. So every time they think they need to go and maintain their Duolingo streak, which is a positive thing that they maintain, they can do their manga reading before the Duolingo streak. That's like people who need to work out in order to go to work, drink their coffee in order to get ready for the day. That's another way to approach it if you want to vibe your way through. it does require a little, and I'm not saying they're exclusive of each other. You can't really entirely rely on vibe. There will be some sort of analytical conscious process, and then the reverse. It's the extent of it. So if you make a list, you can use what you understand about obligation. Obligation is part of a component of planning and diligence. So that list should be relatively big. That's why I rely on that more than the other. If the other list is bigger, the list where you don't plan anything and you just voluntarily do it and find sources, then go with that. I can't answer those questions because I am not your doctor and I am also not a working professional. It would be a friend or family who knows you better in order to be able to answer those questions without the information coming from you. So oftentimes making a list and writing things down and comparing which one is more dominant can help logic dictate what your actions are. If you keep feeling and vibing, then that's not really logic. That's more like emotional logic. Like, hear me out. I know I said logic isn't rationality. Rationality is a combination of logic and emotions. But logic typically weighs looking at something and using that to inform your judgment. Your judgment comes in when emotion and logic comes together. And how much emotions can cloud logic. Rationalizing is the balance between logic and your emotions. So oftentimes you use logic, list the things, and then you use your emotions and to rationalize with the logic what your course of action is. At least that's how I would use those words. You did it by wanting to beat your friend in zoo points? Well, then you're gonna need a point system. You can use that to have a point system. So what did try to create a pseudo point system for yourself? That could work. Find something that has a point system, and then you're trying to beat your friend. So that would also imply that you would need a rival in that point system in order to do so. Like lots of other people, what they do is they make it a competition. I know it doesn't sound as healthy for someone in your position, but the idea is friendly competition is what keeps a lot of people on Duolingo, for example, and so on and so forth. So being able to take advantage of that while also knowing that you're doing it yourself intentionally may help. Usually it's competition nowadays for the internet crew. Maintaining a streak feels good because the number goes up as well. You also wanted to get zoo pages first, done achieving a zoo that takes up over 15,000 Discord characters, so it gets shortened into an embed and you get there first. I see. You don't know, you don't really want to have competition. That's you're thinking, and yet your behavior is suggesting otherwise. So logic would dictate that you do want competition, but your emotions would suggest that you don't want competition. So what does your rationale say? Do you want competition in order to keep yourself consistent, or do you not like competition enough to want to build your consistency around competition? Those are the only information I have from what you have shared. So until you add more information to tip the balance one way or the other for your rationale, the logical thing to do is to collect as much information to make a rational choice. Competition isn't why you grind bot, but that what got you consistent at the start. That's not true. Like what you just said when you first highlighted something and I asked you like what you voluntarily did, what logically it would be that competition is involved in it. And then when you grind, it's competition. competition led to that streak. Now your reason is a streak. It's both. You keep this, like, to me, you have this habit of discarding things and pretending like it's not important anymore. Like, if it's a side thing, it's still competition. Like, you're not learning from things if you keep discarding them. So competition is important. So now if we have this conversation again, and I ask you, what is the reason that you can be consistent? It's competition. It's part of the equation. You don't say like, oh, it isn't competition anymore because it's conditionally not involved. It is literally part of the process. Where you are now is a response of everything you have done, not because you don't do it anymore. When you remember things and you learn something, if you want to act like you forgot how to learn it each and every time, then you're going to start over each and every time. So you can ask yourself if you want to do that. Every time you're going to learn a new thing, you're going to have to start over and pretend like competition is not part of the equation. Competition and clear progress frequently are the main motivators, not or, and. It's already happened. If you want to accept the past, it is and. If you're gonna try to predict the future by making things optional, then you can choose to forget what the past teaches you. That's what I would say very directly. Yeah, there's no wiggle room here. We're not making a wiggle room. If you're making progress, you're making progress. If you're gonna say, I optionally do this and optionally do that, then you have not learned from the past. You're choosing to forget the things that you don't think is important anymore, which is your choice. So in the future, when you say, I don't know why I like to do this, and you're like, I don't remember why it worked in the first place, you probably have your answer. It's probably from this discussion today. It's everything. You're trying to do and hold on to the things that work. Shortcuts, in my opinion, work until they don't. And then you no longer remember what you actually shortcutted. Right? You can try to convince yourself that, well, it's a waste of time to hold on to understanding how I learned things in the first place if you reach your goal. I meet a lot of people like that. And what they do is they gamble on the idea that they never have to learn it again. Which can be true. Like, you never have to learn how to walk again. For most people. Sometimes, you know, people have knee injuries and they have to learn to walk again. And it's very hard because we don't ever tend to expect to need to learn how to walk again. Or how to breathe properly. Maybe you lose a lung, right? I think that's an important lesson as well. Learning is cumulative. At least I think learning is cumulative. So if you keep wanting to improve, then discarding things can make you feel like you're getting worse. It can. The question is, how do you start a new habit? Apparently, it has something to do with having clear progress and competition. And you can look at that. What is it about Anki that doesn't provide those things? I imagine it does, to some extent. It should. At the moment, in principle. What? Oh, the kid.
絶景
You think Anki does, except for the days you have a lot of hard cards? What makes you think the days of the last of the hard cards mean no progress? What are you using to measure your progress? You didn't explain at the moment. You didn't explain at the moment what hard day means yet. You'll work on finding the hard common patterns in the coming days. Fair enough. So while that's happening, you didn't explain to me how you determine that it's a hard day. And why it doesn't feel like progress. What is your metric?
Himan.
Wait. Sakamaru. No, Skamaru.
捕まる
Skamaru. Or to catch, not to caught. Hard days, they have progress. They just significantly reduce your willingness to do more reviews, and your metric for determining if a day is hard is if so many non-sticking cards that you hate it. Fair enough. So you have your answer. It's still progress. So now you're addressing something else. It's not progress that you're addressing. So that's progress, for lack of a better word. So it's not progress that's the issue. It's the other thing that you say, your metric of determining if it's a hard day. So a hard day is not the same as not making progress, which is useful. That's useful information. So now you got to figure out ways to measure what a hard day is, and then use those measurements in order to answer what is it that you can make those days easier. You'll go and do your scheduling like yesterday now. Might get started on finding hard patterns. Enjoy stream. Yeah, take care. Take care, Mika. Take care. Good luck, good luck. Looking forward to hearing your future thoughts.
Kowaremono.
Kowaremono. I said ka even though I typed ko. Kowaremono. Okay.
Waga.
Keshiki.
景色
見つめる
Oh, glare. That's fine. Ketsubo.
欠乏 総理
Ori. Getting like you, but it's not quite that. That just says things are this. Back. Okay.
精一杯
Bye.
怖がる
わかる。
涼しい
あ
おそ
お
らく
そらく。No, it's not the same as terrifying. おそらく。これはおそらく本当のことかと思う。I think hmm. Probably really probably really what? Oh, okay.
伸びる
No be. To right circumstance or reason.
金属
体系的
体系的押す
Oh no. Which one is this? Okay. 違い
気違い
違い
日
一
曜
応
訪問
訪問
欧米
欧米緊張する
緊張する
え
影
影処置
処置
処置処置
閉める
閉めるWhat?
乗せ
乗せ
る
る to place something on something like that
大臣
限定。
限定。
限定。構え。
構え。
構え。Oops. What? Oh. Just kidding.
考察。
考察。Kinda dark. 登録する。
登録する。
冷やす。Uh-oh. Okay. 夜更け。
枕。
燃える。燃える。精神的。
精神的。耐える。
後継。
映る。ためる。ためる。ためる。To like pile up something to stockpile. Maybe stockpile they'll take. Okay, they'll take to store up, sure.
逮捕。救助。
Oops, that's it. 渡す。
渡す。
渡す。任せる。
任せる。
Was it something or someone? Or both? Oops.
敬意。
That's just a photograph.
構う。
生まれる。What? Oh no, 埋もれる。
埋もれる。
埋もれる。Okay.
中
中
央。
央。乾
乾杯。
杯。
日
日
経。
経。
満月。
Uh-oh.
聞く。
炒める。
株式市場
株式市場
Oh, 市場 OK 株式市場株式市場What? Oh,
満足
満足 Satisfy? Satisfaction? Boy, lots and lots of review. Oh. 影響外務大臣
外務大臣
not Prime Minister. Minister of
輸入
我が国
Okay. Oh, okay. 診断する
診断する
Oh, I forgot to write two. Fine. Gana. Gena? Oops. What? The supplement, right? Oh. Oginao.
補う
Oginao. What? Oh.
閣僚
Okay. Oh, just kidding.
並べる
出版
管理人
管理人 Shirigakeru. Oh, no, shirizukeru. What? Oh, zo. Shirizokeru.
退ける
結構
Oh no, wait. What? It's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Oops.
換気
Anki. Getting close to the halfway point. 狭める。
狭める。
抑える。
移住者。
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 詰まる。
豚骨ラーメン。
豚骨ラーメン。
Oh boy. Wait. That's your. Right. Like. Oh no. You ain't. Yeah.
模様。
Oh yo. Matter? Oh, it's a pattern? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Manner of scale. Oh yo.株式会社。
株式会社。
Okay. Halfway point.
乾く。
太陽的。Oh no, 太陽系。太陽的。
太陽系。
太陽系。Okay. Or indication. Okay. 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 Okay.
効率。
初版。
主。涼む。
Oh, just to chill out, I guess. To cool down. I mean, okay. To cool, like to be cooled. Cooled. Requires a little work there.
逆さま
Okay.
鉄板
Right. What is this? Oh.
玄関
Income. Right. What? What? That's supposed to be this guy.
構成
Jose.
緊張
Oh.
玄米
お誕生日おめでとう。
お誕生日おめでと
かす。
かすか
Okay. Okay. Yofugashi. Or staying up late.
う触れる効果
差し上げる。
差し上げる
Fine. Very similar. Kunyomi. Oh, right. Kunyomi. Oops.
候補者
候補者。
寄せる。
うん。 Oh no. Toboshi.
乏しい
Okay. Uh-huh.
栄える。
栄える。Oops. 届ける。
届ける
判権。
判権。
精神病。
変わる
変わる。
体
体
積。
積。地下街。
地下街
Shopping mall. Okay, that's fine. Um,
構成
壊れる。
壊れる。
人
人
違い
違い。
迷わす。
うーん。What? Oh,
模型。
okay.
たやす
やす。Okay. Now get in there. Get in there.
積もる。
うーん。
押す
う
程よく
程よく。
満点。
Okay. Uh-oh.
主
主催
催する
する。 Uh,
恐れる
る What is that? I thought it was to mix, but mix cars? That's not effective, is it? No, I don't think so. Oh, ko and kaku. Okay. Yeah.
抜く
Kaku.
景況
影響 WaniKani. Oh no.
監視
Hanshi. Oh, I can't spell surveillance.
違
違
反
反 Oh no, this is conjoined twins for HanziHero. I kind of recently dropped this HanziHero. What is this in? It's something like or something. What is that? Spikes plus. Is this a laurel reef? Got 2 hands. Yeah, don't use this as often as I would like. Oh, right. This one is part of the lineup. Oops.
鼻詰まり
Somebody.
満員
Hangin.
自販機
完了 推し
Oshi. なるほど。
思い詰める
It's metal.
同僚
E? Oh no. Hold up. Lion. What's this? Oh, right.
監督
監督
面積
Menseki. We're getting there. What did we do? Skip 2 meanings? Oh, 総理大臣。
総理大臣
莫大
Same difference. That one's kind of tough, actually.
貧乏
所属
人差し指。No, 差し。人差し指。What? 人差し指。I don't know. 人差し指。Oh, I keep typing the wrong thing. What? Oh,
人差し指
let's see. The first one didn't work? And then I nendaku'd afterwards. Whatever.
攻撃する お
お
祝い
祝い。Take responsibility. No.
担う
Or carry or start carrying responsibility. So
右
you
腕
で
規模
people like standard. How you say like standard model scale? I'm gonna change this. Oh, it's just generic scale and standards, scope, size. All right. Or we'll stick to scale. I don't think that's good enough, but let's see.
差別する
Hmm. Moetsuku.
燃え尽く
Yomichikai.
読み違い
Hmm. Accumulate. Who's... Seki, right? Huh, well, think on this. What? Oh, I need to know the other accumulate.
積む
Yeah. One line of thinking is not that great. Yusutsu. Yusutsu. Not doesn't roll right off the tongue. Fushibushi.
節々
Oku.
航空券 大違い
What? Fine. Oh.
絞る
Okay, we're back to the two. Sakihodo. First extent. Sakihodo. A little while ago. Sorry. Sorry. It's a pivot. Pretty sure sorry. Oh no, it's not a pivot. It's just the Prime Minister. Nickname. We have one lesson. Where's that one lesson coming from? And then we gotta pick up the one review. Kishoucho.
気象庁
Okay. One lesson? Where's this one lesson coming from? Oh, it's probably because one of the characters. Okay, to lick. And then this would just be Nameru?
舐める
Nameru. Wait, is Na a kunyomi? Oh, it is. That's a mistake. I've been writing as oh, I mean I've been not writing it as Kuno on because it's out of sequence. That's right. All right. Good to know. No, I mean,
なめる
there's a kunyomi na. Yeah, so later today we have that one. Where are we at? We're at 5 p.m. Okay, I can do 5 p.m. tomorrow, and then we'll just push the 5, 3, and 2. So we finished early enough. 1.5 hours to get through what 250 reviews isn't too bad. Okay. So tomorrow is going to be a chill day, right? Our apprentice stuff. I mean, it's gonna be a chill day regardless of how late it is. And then what's Wednesday like? It's oh wait, so tomorrow's 4. Oh, Wednesday we won't have. Oh no, yeah, we won't have much, huh? What is that? 5, 3. We have 8 plus 3. That's 11. Maybe we'll do some burnout tomorrow. The day after. That's probably what we're gonna do. It's been a while. Like this stuff has been climbing. Burnout days give the opportunity to. Burnout days give the opportunity to retroactively look at weak spots and write our mnemonics. Okay. So we're day 3s are when we switch to reads then definition. Actually, let's see, 1, 2, 3, right? So we do 4 extra. Oh, no, let's stick with writing the definition one more time. Nah, I think we're pretty good. The definition. Hey. Ka, Joey. Goal, suitable. No, exceptional. Model. Goal, obstruct. Joel, exclude. Gene, inquire. It, how much? Oh, sleep. Toro. Mud. Hole. Kyo. Surprise. Sai. Storehouse. Own. Grandchild. Nest. I check if Tai is. I belt. Okay, I did. Okay, diameter. 2, rescue. Sun. Scatter. Bun. Powder. Myaku. Veins. Tai, vegetables. Ka, freight. Oh no. Iku. Actually. Right? Yeah. Land. Neat. resemble, keen, equal. Oh, grave. Ooh. Rich. Took it. Virtue. Han. Search. And spy. Right. Right for WaniKani today. We'll watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. You're always welcome and free to stop on by and yap a bit. We've been working on some background projects here and there, making it a regular thing, keeping people regular, right? Consistency. Today's yap was dealing with some brainstorming. I've been doing some, maybe, I don't know what I call it now, but it's kind of like yapping. We're doing some private yapping, DMing, sharing stuff, keeping each other motivated. The idea is not about necessarily being right or wrong, white and black. It's often about sharing, right? Sharing, brainstorming. Whether you agree or disagree, it's the idea of accumulating enough information, being challenged in the moment to think of and consider different things. You can choose to hear things and reject them, refine them. And underneath all of that, the idea is, if it is very difficult to exchange ideas and share ideas, express, communicate, that also requires consistency. I think one of the toughest acts to follow, like especially what I mentioned yesterday about when I'm reminiscing about youth, even adults alike, or those that become incredibly dependent on a specific strategy or a specific behavior, is that being able to share at least creates a bit of discovery process, and that discovery process becomes effectively harder and more laborious and effortful over time if one is spending most of their time dogmatically following, reaffirming, and selectively being targeted for their own point of views. Now, the thing that I want to keep with a grain of salt is that if you are happy and that happiness keeps you consistent, right? Consistently happy, the things you do are not necessary for refinement and iteration. It's not my place to suggest that. However, if one feels like there are no options, you've tried everything, nothing really works, those types of vicious cycles, sometimes making yourself available and committing to interacting with someone else who is able to reciprocate that as a form of open generosity, that provides opportunity. It's not a guarantee that you won't get betrayed or get brushed off and whatnot. The idea is creating opportunity and sharing and knowing when opportunity strikes to take a chance is making that step, provide, and doing things provide that data. As much as I like to believe there are sufficient information in the world for you to predict every outcome by example alone, it doesn't necessarily make up for the human experience that is required to appreciate the value in that. Someone can tell you it's valuable. Someone can try to convince you it's valuable conceptually. That information does not literally, in a figurative way, become valuable until the human themselves perform it. I think that completes the process of internalizing and learning the information. So belief is incredibly strong, is not, that value of that strength and motivation is not realized until something is actualized. So constantly telling yourself that you suck and then doing things, unfortunately doing things that lead to the conclusion that it sucks, that's kind of actualizing the suck, right? That's a negative way to look at it. Now the positive way is, if you say you think an exam, for example, is savable, then doing it will actualize that possibility. Failing will still actualize that possibility, right? Most of the time when it comes to the future, yeah, certainly we live in a world where you wish you had all the control and whatnot. Sort of. I'm speaking to those who don't feel like they have any control in their lives, right? And when you lack control, I think it's very humanistic, or it's the human condition to desire to change that outcome. Too much of something tends to diminish and weaken its value, and then balancing it out with something is a natural desire. If you keep feeling like your life is out of control, you seek to find control within it. However, our emotions doesn't guarantee that they would be logical enough to rationalize what are the actions. Sometimes when you're doing something, it also requires interacting with another human being. So I'm not suggesting that the things I say and the things that I do are the only way it can be done and be successful. The idea is, if you heard something interesting or differing from your perspective, that is an opportunity for change. Not guaranteed for the better or for the worse, but it's an opportunity that you can choose to actualize a change. Otherwise, oftentimes, I think it's fairly logical and also rational that if you're in a bad place and you continue to persist in that world to remind yourself of everything that is consistent, then things will not change, right? And oftentimes, if you're already heading downwards, it will continue to head downward as expected. That would be the logical outcome. Rationally, when someone is coping and in a downward spiral, rational can bridge into irrationality, which is the idea that if you keep doing the same thing, it will one day get better. It can still. However, logically, it would not be from what you're doing. Like, it is very unlikely to be from what you're doing. Emotionally, if you get lucky, like if it magically gets better from you not doing anything, what about the next time? What about the next time? How long are you going to live until you how long are you going to live to constantly wait for that luck to happen? Because logically, it wasn't because of something you did. It was because you got lucky. Like, I understand it sounds a little like victim blaming, but those who consistently rely on luck are also not well equipped to make their own luck, like increase their opportunities. You make luck. Luck doesn't guarantee that it will happen. You're stacking the deck, right? The future is not guaranteed, or at least I like to view it like that. There are individuals out there who believe in a deterministic future, and that is their prerogative. For myself, I feel having a mindset in which you know that you can affect the odds and probability of the future helps one who does not feel like they have any control over their lives, their performances, their talents, their intellectual acuity. It can produce some agency. I think one of the most chronically devastating consistencies in the human condition when one is sad is that sadness breeds more sadness, and depression breeds more depression in the world we live in, like in the internet world we live in, right? If you're really happy, generally you get happier while you're using the internet. when you are sad, you genuinely get sadder when you use the internet. It hyperpolarizes for your current feeling. So if you're heading downhill, you're going to continue heading downhill if you use the internet and do not interact with anyone, because you get no contrast, right? If you're sad, you're going to go online and look for everything that makes you sad, right? Now, when I mean you, I'm talking about the figurative person, no one specifically. You, the hypothetical person that have become so trapped that the only thing that makes you feel comfortable is to consistently think about all the things that trap you, right? And without another human being, even parasocially, really. And hear me out, when you're on YouTube and stuff and you're looking for sad things, it's not like YouTube's gonna say, hey, here's a happy person that doesn't resonate with you. Why not you watch that person to see if it's okay? It usually doesn't do that. I mean, it kind of does that a little bit more now. Twitch definitely doesn't do that. So if you're feeling depressed, you are more than likely to look for someone who has a demeanor that reinforces all your preconceived notions. So I've been trying to... That's kind of the obstacle that I have to understand, like trying to be a little creative and getting around. Like, how do you perpetuate and naturally tap into someone's inclination to want to look at different views? If you are chronically depressed, how do you look at something a little bit at a time that isn't depressing? Because without the appreciation for what could be, there's rarely a time when that person can see anything beyond their depression or their inadequacies or their social anxieties. That's where having other human beings can change that naturally, organically. Or alternatively, yourself is someone who have overcome it. So ups and downs, right? I firmly believe there are quite a lot of people who constantly say it's the journey, not the destination. There are ups and downs, and when they speak and they talk to me, it's either all ups or all downs. Like that's usually the case. When someone's doing really well, they're doing really well. Being on the internet is great way to reinforce when you're doing well. The internet really helps you do well. When you're doing poorly, the internet really helps you get better at being poor. So I'm saying it that way because it's not that the internet is choosing, or like someone malicious out there or some human conspiracy that to keep the internet is, it's a nondescript pattern in humans where it just so happens that when you are left to your own devices and the internet is designed to make you feel like the main character, and everything that you learn, it will re-emphasize that. And that is why I end my segment with welcoming open generosity to yap, exchange ideas, and talk about things, because usually maybe in the future there's the machine learning that will... I mean, my thought is, would you rely on a machine to notice that you have a pattern of depression so that they would try to use another pattern, whatever that is, like therapists or something? I don't even know what data source they would drag it, where they would start to offer you positive things knowing that they notice that your mood is swinging downward. I don't know how appealing that sounds. A human does that, right? And you could say in the future it could change, and that's what machines are done, where like, hey, they notice that your search activities and your topics are a little bit of concern. Like, hey, you've been reading about cancer a lot. Would you care to go and see a specialist to make sure your worries of cancer, or like they would inquire about it? Who knows? Yeah, machine learning You could get a machine to recognize these patterns as long as you disclose all your activity to them. Or alternatively, you share what you want to share with another human being. Typically, though, your doctor is one that you would probably want to share everything with, right? And even then, on the human level, rarely do humans share everything with their doctors because of privacy and whatnot, right? Even despite doctor privilege, doctor patient confidentiality and all that stuff and confidence, that is still difficult. It's still not 100% transparent. So when someone says maybe in the future, oh, machine learning can do this, machine learning can synthesize all the things. But think about it. If a human being already has trouble speaking and talking to a specialist about their problems, and they also perhaps also internalize and unable to share even trivial things or self-awareness, what is it that a machine can do that a user would automatically try to condition? In my opinion, it's not quite black and white. What a machine can analyze from your behavioral responses, a human can adapt to letting the machine only know certain things about them. Much like a human who is incredibly depressed, guarded, and coping, not unwilling to talk to other people or even a specialist. Right? Asking for help is very difficult, especially if it's the first time you've ever encountered an obstacle, right? If your life was spent with 90% privilege and everything goes as you plan, it always goes your way, the first time is the toughest. And asking for help is even equally as tough. It might slightly become easier the second time, but when you recover from something, you might not encounter it a second time for a very long time. Then it will be really tough the second time, then the third time. Like I certainly have a tough time asking for help. Now the question is, if the internet, which has algorithms based on your own preference, can be manipulated to convincing someone who is depressed to stay depressed and reminded of everything they suck at, how would a machine learning AI tool respond to that? I actually think it would exaggerate the thing, because the user has the ability to manipulate the AI model to believe what they want to believe. Like they will only let it track certain activities or only share the things they're comfortable in sharing with the AI model. I actually think when people are talking about, oh yeah, we can train AI models because they don't like talking to humans and humans are inconsistent, etc. Betrayals and emotional stuff gets in the way. Well, a machine doesn't have emotions. And also, the machine only knows as much as you tell it, unless you're obligatory going to let the machine pry in your privacy. A human might still pry in your privacy, and you would have to contend with that too. The odds are, though, the human's coming from a place of compassion, as opposed to a place of whole calculated trends, right? So my thought is, I'm saying this now because they're here to stay, and in the future I can see the attractiveness of saying, oh yeah, I'd rather trust a machine because the machine has all the information available that's technically based on human data. And my thought is, the machine can be manipulated. It might not sound like it can now. You're like, oh, how can you trick a machine if it knows everything on the internet? By providing limited information and only asking the questions you care about. Because the machine responds to you. They don't contribute novel things to you haphazardly or out of self-interest. They respond to you. So whatever thing you think you have, the machine will exaggerate it even more. Like if you say, hey, do I have cancer? Tell me about cancer. I think I have cancer. The machine will agree. and it will reinforce everything about cancer for you. It'll tell you more about cancer. When sometimes one of the solutions to make someone less depressed is to demonstrate how they can be successful. Well, I guess we'll see if the machine will be able to convince a human to look at success in their depression versus a human telling the machine to only tell them what they want to see or hear. There's a pretty good phenomenon for this. It's already happening, where plenty of people who interact with large language models, etc., know that machines feel like, why does it look like the machine always insists on having an answer or trying to help or very positive and encouraging spinning? Is because it exaggerates the parts that you want to hear. What is the way to exaggerate and constantly get a human to do what they want to hear? Be incredibly enabling. So that's the default setting. I mean, obviously they can try to balance it out and all that, but generally speaking, judgment in human emotions is something still a little bit reachable and unreachable maybe. And that's what I wanted to end with, why it's great to have any form of human interaction on a regular basis, as opposed to whatever relative type that you have now. If you have 0, then any. If you have 1, then more than that, right? The accumulation of human interactions is a luxury at the moment. So that's kind of one of the things that I wanted to share. And right now we're kind of like some peeps and I are going back and forth, giving ideas, talking about ideas. Hopefully more will come from that, right? So until then, I wanted to say these things because I'm internally grateful that there are still humans who trust other humans or have the capacity to be openly generous about interacting with humans. I think the solution to mistrust, I don't even know if distrust is a thing right now, but mistrust, I guess distrust is more like misleading, neglect, abuse, those things, trauma. And then there's coping, defensiveness, withdrawn, and isolation. I like to be thankful and think about in this time. This is Thanksgiving week. So for this, I like to invest forward and basically pass along the open generosity that I had over my life. It was a small percentage of my life, but that small percentage made the world of difference. You can appreciate the idea that what it means to have friends, because friends are inevitably rare. Think about how many relationships a healthy, successful person maintains, like an actual relationship. They don't actually maintain that many. Now think about proportionately how many individuals they interact with over the course of their life. So yes, it's rare, and that's also why it's precious. All that fear you have is also why hope is amazing. All that hard work you don't want to do is also why it's rewarding. That's one of the human conditions. Things are precious and hard to achieve are things that are most incredibly rewarding and life-changing. So it's not necessarily about the quantity, the frequency, and the high odds. It's boosting the odds as much as you can to get the sufficient number of rarity things in your life. Rarity leads to high value, right? Or the perception of high value. It's a human construct, right? So having a good friend after, I don't know, having 99 poor interactions, that's what makes that friend incredibly rewarding. And then How does that fit into the, speaking of consistency? Spending 300 days solving your problems and learning how to learn another language, that 300 days have more value than the one day in which you figured out something and then you quit. Right? Instant gratification versus delayed gratification, for example. Friends are cultivated, human experiences are cultivated. I'm emphasizing human experience because it's one of the... It used to be, I'm not sure if it's true right now, human experience used to be by default one of the defining features for developing delayed gratification, consistency, and skill building. Right? Having a child, for example, is most certainly one way to challenge a person's ability to be consistent, skill building, and self-improvement. Having a sibling, having a caring family, trying to make your parents proud, those are all by default. Originally. I'm not so sure anymore. So I've been asking various people to make a list. What are the things that you do most consistently in life? Characterize them. Which column is bigger, the obligation side or the voluntarily side? Because oftentimes you want to expect it's the obligation side. And that obligation side produces a lot of information that allows you to benefit and work with in the voluntary side. So what makes it that you want to learn this target language? Oftentimes, it has something to do with the obligation side. And that's personal success. It's a pretty good one. That's internal. Or, like for language learning, talk to other people. Or to use it for your success, but it involves you interacting with other people. So inherently, the vast majority of the end game does come down to interacting with people. It's oddly, we live in an odd crossroads where the vast majority of things we do now is to eliminate that. So my question nowadays is, when people say they don't need communication skills, that's optional, they don't need to know how to resolve conflicts and arguments and debates, they exclusively avoid conflicts and avoid how to speak to people and debate, argue, and talk with the person. I don't know how much of that type of opinion or perspective is reinforced because they live in a bubble online. I don't know how much of that is perpetuated. Logic dictates that you would eventually have to interact with the human being in any way, part of human development. Rationalization, where the emotion comes in with logic, can cloud the logic that the reality is you need all these skills. You need problem-solving skills and critical thinking skills. If you think that language learning, you don't need it because you can just learn it the correct way, that's fair. But when you learn enough language, what are you going to do? Engage with another human being. And there's no perfect solution for that. There's no formula for that. It still involves problem-solving and critical thinking skills. So if you put that off, in my opinion, it's going to slap you across the face like a train. It's going to hit you so hard that I really do hope that most of the hypothetical people that I'm talking about will recover from it. And they'll recover from it usually with the support system composed of, no surprise, by other human beings. Unless in a year or two I'm completely wrong and it gets replaced by AI, sure. The question is, maybe there's a chance that AI will be able to hug you too and tell you things you don't want to hear, as well as things you need to hear, and as well as things you want to hear. Maybe. I genuinely don't think that's in our lifetime, or in my lifetime anyways, that we'll see that happen. But for now, I'll continue to be openly generous and being thankful that I have the privilege to do this, as well as thankful for having people who challenge me. And I'm not even sure if they know, because the challenge here is to get people, encourage people to want to be better in their life, want to be happier, have a desire to even trust people and share those feelings forward, right? Be part of a bigger thing. That's what I'm thankful for. So there's a little Thanksgiving nod. Well, I'll probably be doing this the next 2 or 3 days as well. But for now, for those who are only interested in WaniKani, right? Minasan mata ne. Nite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第310 316 have a couple things from yesterday. I think we were able to kind of change up some of them. Oh, I want to change something up even more actually. Zhuang is the one I want to change up a little bit. It's kind of a tough one. Zhuang, stubby fingers, right? It's stubby fingers. The guard is what I want to change up. We had guard. And then the Chinese mile. Up into. I'll change it up soon. It actually works really well. Then Shen, we have our storage container now, as opposed to the dollhouse. Like, so this is looking like this roof of a storage container, you know, like a lid or something of that nature. Because dollhouse is too restrictive. So Shen. This is where Shrek is helping out, maybe brought in. Oh, it's actually droppings, not grain. You know, Shrek brought in a container that maybe contains some mysterious droppings that's making his swamp peeps sick, right? So the nurse and the doctors are examining it, and maybe he was a little bit clumsy, knocked the container open, something like that. And Su is also pretty elaborate now. The champagne bottle, right? And then the roasted grain stock to use for shortbread. Trying to impress Lois. Then Yin. Right, Yin. This one is still a little bit up in there. Yeah, the big mushroom helps. So what's the big thing that's in Yoshi's mouth is a big mushroom. So let's go and look at Strong. I don't want to. So instead, you know, he really needs to go to the bathroom, so he runs, immediately hits the stall. Right, unfortunately, because of his you know, clumsy stubby fingers, he accidentally bumped the toilet paper and unraveled and rolled. Lucky for him, it bumped into the guard. So the guard was able to return the roll. Oh, I didn't realize I also thought about bumping hands. So actually, it's okay. It's about the same. All right, let's get into our lessons.
Aya.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Aya. 巫婆
巫婆. A witch. Okay.
巫婆
Oops. I said wife because I'm thinking of poor. Okay.
煤炭
煤炭. Tan. Charcoal. Kind of interesting. Coal and charcoal becomes coal.
煤炭
Yes, technically. They're both
冒昧
kind of like that. Mao Mei. Mao is risk, and Mei is dim, to take the liberty of. Presumptuous, bold. Mao Mei. Interesting. It's a polite phrase said before risking being impolite when venturing into a situation where the lines of you ought and ought not to do are due. Oh, that's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah, being risky despite the questionable odds, like dim odds, or not having a lot of information. So you're being risky and not well informed, like not well informed action. So to take the liberty of and being presumptuous and bold. Okay, I can get behind that.
冒昧
Let's see an example. He took the liberty of asking a question. Okay, fair enough. That's
眨眼
yeah, blink eyes, blink. Oops.
眨眼哎呀 冒昧 巫婆
Okay.
眨眼
Ah! Oops. Okay.
没
没谈
侃侃而谈
侃侃而谈侃侃而谈侃侃 What was that? Oh, upright, and talking or discussing to speak confident. Okay. Yeah, being upright to discuss things. Confident. Quite a lot of confidence going around right now. 侃侃而谈
侃侃而谈木炭
木炭 Charcoal. Makes sense. 木炭
木炭
Charcoal's from burning wood.
巫师
巫师 or like charring wood. That's why I thought it was kind of interesting that Mei Tan or Mei Tan is coal. Wu Shi, okay, wizard. That's kind of interesting. Witch plus teacher.
巫师
You're a wizard, Harry. Sorry,
一眨眼
there's no Harry in Wu Shi, unfortunately. 一眨眼 in the blink of an eye. Makes sense. 一眨眼
一眨眼这
Oh no! Oh, that's his. Oh, that's the first syllable, huh? I wonder if Jiang is general. Jiang is the guy's name. Yeah. This name I recognize. Actually, I recognize a few. I recognize most of the names. Oh, yeah, but this is also a region, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Hangzhou region. But I also recognize it as like a name of a large name area region under a flag, basically, like during conflict video games. Oh boy, it's another name though. Wait, do you look like a J? You do. You do look like a J. Yeah, here's J right here. J. Neat. Okay. Oh, it's also alternative is J. That makes sense. James Bond is in the bathroom of the electricity plant where he is on a secret mission. He works with a bunch of fingers that have... Okay. It's the finger issue again. So James is in the bathroom of the electricity plant. Infiltrating. Okay, I don't know, a secret or on a secret infiltration mission. Oh my gosh. But maybe like in secret mission to send a coded message with his dexterous fingers. With his dexterous, I don't know, maybe like high-tech finger gloves. Dexterous finger. He used a hoe. High-tech hoe and spray to carve and paint a message on a bathroom tile. Bathroom tile with the word heckin' word "ch." Okay, I mean that's fine. Oh, it's not. It's river. Interesting. 浙江. Interesting. Oops. My Z double actuates.
这
Okay. Okay. 侃侃而谈.
侃侃而谈
Speakingly. 木炭.
木炭
Okay.
这
一眨眼.
一眨眼
一眨眼. Okay. What? Oh, whoops. Ah! Oh my gosh. I need to stop.
乌是冰
Being elegant. Another elegant. Oh my gosh. You know, this is Ling. This is Ling on the other side. Bing. Yeah, you don't look like a Ling. It's a Bing. Nope. We got a lot of elegant though. What's the closest elegant we have? It could be tied with great. Or like wonderful, maybe like Bing Miao Bing, or like Hoang Bing, or Xiang maybe, Xiang Bing, or Xian Bing. There's so many elegants, and then it could also be like Hao, like Bing Hao, or 大兵 like Wei Bing. Man, so many things feel like elegant. Bigfoot is in front of the infirmary in the woods that stand at the edge of the infirmary garden. Okay, Bigfoot today is especially elegant. He has combed his hair so that it's perfectly straight and elegant. He sits on some chairs with some elegant nurses who have come to visit, and they drink tea from elegant cups and have elegant conversation. And how elegant they are. Naturally, they speak with an elegant accent and compliment each other on their elegant hair. I mean, this is fine. This is good. I think Kevin got a little. I don't know. I feel like there's some cry for help here with the elegant. Courteous. What do we use? Bing bing you li. Bing bing you li. Okay, using li. Oh wait, actually that's li. Oh, like with ceremony. Wow, that is awfully specific. I'm starting to feel out the double things. It kind of reminds me of onomatopoeias in Japanese, but you know, like bing bing, toto, tan tan, jing jing. It's kind of filling out the type that would lead to this type of phrasing. Interesting.
冰灼
Draw a chisel. Oh, hey, we have a component. That doesn't happen very often. A hog-tied pig. I see it. Awesome. That's great. That's also a pun, by the way. A hog-tied pig. Or actually, it's not really a pun. The hog-tie was named because it was about hog-tying a pig. But anyways, neat.
灼
Chua. I don't think I've ever seen this character before. Like this radical. Must be a traditional special. Chisel. George Costanza is inside the lobby of the office building, sure, where he is making a sculpture. He chisels a large, thick scepter, slowly turning it into a depiction of a hog-tied pig, which is what George feels like at his office job. Next to the scepter is a real hog-tied pig that George looks at as he chisels. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. Certainly have been weirder situations. It's kind of weird enough to work. I'll think about this. Oh, there's no vocabulary word for chisel. I'm guessing it's like 桌子 or something, which kind of sounds like table, really. More likely table. Chisel. Let it go. I don't know. It's kind of needing something elaborate.
灼
I like the thing about feels like what his job is like at the office. So, but the scepter part, it feels like it's lost. Yeah, it feels a little lost.
树
True, to forgive. Oh, you look like something else. What do you look like? And it's no shu. Is it nu? Yes, it's nu. And nu overlaps with something else. I don't remember how they differ. It's important that I do, though. Oh, there's nu, but not. So we have nu, which is anger. Did I use heart or did I use stool? I used woman. Yeah, woman is what I'm looking. Woman is what binds it. At least I think. Where are you? Oh, maybe it's not. It's something else. Maybe it has heart in it. Not Kong. It's not Cho. It's hard at the bottom for sure. Oh, here it is. Oh, no, that's new still. Not Ren. I don't know what it is. It's something that I get mixed up. Huh. Guess we'll find out later. Oh, Yuan. Here it is, Yuan. Oh, it's not female. Yeah, Yuan. These two. Nu and Yuan. Ooh, you don't look like Shu. Forgive. There's Lang or Liang, so this is probably like Shu Liang. Liang Shu. No, Shu Liang sounds okay. Sherlock is in the bathroom of the house, about to go to the bathroom. Suddenly a woman jumps out from behind the shower curtain and rips his heart out and puts it in her mouth. Sherlock, on the verge of death, still forgives her, knowing that she will soon know the error of her ways. Forgiving is elementary. Oh my goodness. Listen. Missed opportunity. Sherlock is in the bathroom of the house. Checking up on the woman, right? On a woman who stole his heart. Wait, maybe checking up on the woman who he yeah. That he maybe like whose heart was stolen by him. Whose heart was smitten by him. He told her. That's right. To forgive him, but he has other cases to attend to. Flaky, you know. Forgive him to be flaky. What? Quan Shu. That's interesting. Rao Shu. Oh, neither. Does that actually mean forget? Oh, to spare. Oh, okay. Isn't this wide? Oh man, Quang Shu. Wide forgive? Oh man, now I'm lost. Okay.
树
Interesting.
然
Lan, greedy. Double trees. Where have we seen double trees? Actually, we've seen double trees a couple times. You don't look like Ling. Where is there a Lan with double trees? I don't think so. This one's kind of rough. Oh, avariciously. Ooh. Avaricious. Avaricious. Interesting. I haven't ever used. I only used avarice before, but avaricious. Interesting. Oh yeah. Avar. I'm thinking of where the emphasis is. Avaricious. Avaricious. Don't know. Avaricious versus avaricious versus avaricious. Avarice is where I'm going off of. Interesting. Avariciously. Legolas is inside the pawn shop where he's dealing with a greedy woman. Okay, who is trying to buy a picture of what's okay. But we're not doing that. Okay. Legolas is inside the pawn shop. Oh, you know what? A picture of woods might not be okay here. I mean, it might be okay. Who's trying to buy like a picture of elven woods or something for a single coin. Legolas explained that she has to pay for it, but the greedy woman won't part with more than a coin. But also won't part with the woods picture. Legolas wishes he was back in his elven hometown away from these greedy humans. Okay. I mean, we'll see. Han? I don't know what Han is yet.
蓝
Alright. Heck. Ah, man, that doesn't work. Yeah, I no idea. Yeah, that doesn't look like it at all. I'm getting stuck on the spray, so how did the spray work? No. Yeah, the Bigfoot thing doesn't work. Oh, it's not spray. Oh, right, it's hair. That would be the problem, huh? Does that work for Bigfoot? Maybe I can think about Bigfoot from the woods, right? Or for the forest. That's gonna be tough. Hair is a part of the body part situation. So maybe I should think of it as hairy. Something that's hairy.
浊 蓝
Not good.
树
This one's okay. Not okay.
冰
Okay.
山
Sun to fan of fire. Sun is in it plus fire. Okay. Fan of fire. Literally fan of fire. It's fire and fan. To incite. Shantong. Inflammatory. Shantong Xing. Nature of. Fine.
山
Jan.
胚
Hey, an embryo. Oh, come on. Well, that doesn't look like anything. A no sign with a ground? That's kind of unique. This doesn't look like anything. So, maybe helpful. Maybe helpful. Hey, Patrick Star is in front of the beach house by the bay where he finds an embryo shaped like a moon and contains a miniature still growing moon with... Okay. Alright. Patrick is in front of the beach house, right? Under the moonlights. He came across an aquatic embryo on the ground of the beach. He didn't see any. He saw no sign of the parents, so he decided to try to help it to make a new friend. He is a starfish after all. Okay. Huh. Using Thai. Oh, that makes sense. Hey, Thai. Embryo plus placenta. Wait. Embryo plus fetus, not placenta. Fetus.
胚 憨
Heartily. Like, with enthusiasm heartily or fully to heart's content? Okay, yeah. With enthusiasm to heart's content. Fully. Okay. Oh boy, that's a bottle. Doesn't look like a gun, and it doesn't look like a TN. It doesn't look like a deal. I mean, what I mean is, those are the things I would think of. Deal, gun, tian. Instead, we have hun. What's the closest hun? I don't even remember the last time I had a hun. Hold up. Oh no, I do have a... Wait. This might actually be the first hun. Yeah, with the tone and stuff. Tone 1 hun. Harry Potter is in front of the pawn shop where he heartily drinks bottles of secondhand drink that he bought from the pawn shop, sure. They're all in one large secondhand basket. He heartily sings drunken wizard songs. Harry Potter is underage. Has he, like, I don't even think alcohol was ever even brought up in Harry Potter. I think we're gonna have to rewrite this. As he staggers around the pet shop. Okay. The other pawn shop customers heartily laugh and sing along and go in and out of the pawn shop. Go set off fireworks and okay. Alright. So Harry in front of the pawn shop acquired a bunch of interesting potions. Bottle potions. In a large second-hand basket. Eh, Arts hopes that uh that these bottle potions will help him heartily practice magic and not only practice and improve his magical abilities, I guess. Okay. Just sleep soundly. Oh, okay. Unche.
憨照
Oh, to cause. Oh, like Jiao Ying or Ying Jiao. Probably. Chain spawn is in the bathroom of, or it could be a position or time after it, like Jiao Ho or Ho Jiao or something like that. James Bond is in the bathroom of the barn where he is painting the door with a brush of white paint in the bathroom door. This is because the foreman came in earlier and caused an accident by smearing manure on the door. This caused James Bond to be forced to handle this issue because he is undercover as a farmhand to investigate the cows in their smelly bathroom. Interesting. Not bad. Not bad. Gotcha. Oh no, it's something entirely different. It's associated with causing things. Okay. 肇事. Okay, to cause an accident. 肇事者 makes sense. And then hit and run. Oh, interesting. 肇事逃逸. Oh. 逃逸 to run. 逃逸. Alright.
照
Oh. Okay.
丙
Being. Third. Wait, what was the other one? Ding for fourth? Interesting. Oh, I wonder how high these go. Like special ones. Huh. Bigfoot is in the basement of the English Manor. Do you look like a being? You do look like a being. Bigfoot is in the basement of the English Manor, hiding. A person came down to grab something, and Bigfoot puts on a hood so that they cannot see he is a giant hairy monster. Then lies on the ground. This is the third time it has happened this way. Okay. And lays on the ground. Yep. Bing G. Alright.
丙
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
山
Okay.
胚
Yep.
照
Okay.
憨丙
That one's kind of weak. The third one. Third. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break before I start my reviews. I'll be right back. All right. Put on our gain face. I haven't had a like super smooth day yet in a while. Things are piling up. What? What? Wait. Is that not what that is? What?
沙粒，
每颗沙粒都很小，
轻盈，
猫咪的身影轻盈如风。
胎儿，
医生检查了胎儿的心跳，
Is that not what that is? Wait, am I going crazy? Huh. What's happening there?
"西
Hmm.
照，婚姻，
婚姻是两个人的事情。
That doesn't seem. What, the grain stock? Oh no, that is. Oh no, it's not. Huh. What happened here? Huh. What? Okay.
心碎，
Okay. Something 水 something 是一种一种 oh. Wait, does that help me? Uh, 水稻
水稻，
水稻是一种主要的农作物。
水稻 Now what is going on here? I don't know where the words are coming. The right doesn't help. 任务任货 That's undertake. No, it's not promise. Uh,
承担、
承担任务、
it's still undertake though. Okay.
秋、
是 B.
逝世、
他的祖父去年不幸逝世。
颗粒、
沙子的颗粒很多。
Oops. Need to silence.
小偷、
这个小偷留下了一些指纹。
嘴刁、
他嘴刁，只吃新鲜的海鲜。
齐、像、哪个？
你们是哪个班的？
我
年底、
公司年底会发奖金。
公司年底会发奖金。OK。
经、误导、
请不要故意误导别人。
Oh, I remember now. 筷子。
筷子。
你会用筷子吗？
I'm like, what's going on? Japanese interference. It's fine. I had to look at it a couple of times before I'm like, oh, okay. Oh. Okay. No. What the trellis and the what and the what? 它的力量很 power is something like weak. Or maybe not. I almost feel like this has to be like 薄弱，
薄弱，
他的力量很薄弱。
很薄弱。What else could it have been? 薄弱, like slight, yeah. Okay. I think that was a little. It sounds weird to me, so it's a bit lack of a better word, it's boro.
嫁 朝
What? Hold on for a moment.
"富翁
Excuse me? YOLO. Okay. uh. Huh. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, what do we have? Uh-oh. I don't quite remember what this is. Not that. I don't know where the ship is. Oh, wait. Is it,
愤
Oh, it's indignant. We worked on it. It's not that great, though. It's still really weak. What the silver poodle, man? What is this silver poodle nonsense? I don't know. Oh, this is not... wait, is it? Yeah, that is definitely Gang. Or... I swear podium and silk is... Oops. Hmm.
勇
Hmm.
周历
他们计划设立新的州立公园。
What? Oh. What is that? 地址. Oh, no, 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 no. One law. No, no, no. One law. One lei. It's website. It's not website. Or the internet. Or just like network. Yeah. URL. That's supposed to be like somewhat of a URL. I think. Right? What? Oh no, 切. What?
"牙医
我不喜欢去看牙医。
府
Oh no, that's Lee. 切. Or is that supposed to be 先? Or is that more? Oh no. Wait, hold up. Isn't this like glorious? I could have sworn it was supposed to be. Oh, okay. Hmm.
潜艇
潜艇潜入了深海。
Oh no. Oh no, you heckin'. What was it? Cool. You heckin' cool. Oh no, it's cool. It's co. You heckin' co. Oh, I keep adding niao. It's nao. Chan nao. Not sun niao. Huh.
很
What is going on? Like in Harry Potter. It's fine. We went through all of them, but I was thinking wishing, high tech, and then oh yeah, wishing, high tech, and then card summon, but I didn't think of magic. Wow. That's a pass. Eventually I was good. Oh, that's a typo. I'm so triggered by that. Oh man.
会谈
会谈还没有结果。
Discussion or talk. And it's a formal talk. It's like a meeting formal talk. I swear it's
网络
okay.
网络地址
Okay.
玩
What is that? Wait. Oh no. Gee. Ooh. 教
基督教
他是一个热心的基督教徒。
基督教 It's kind of like superintendent. Oh, no, just kidding. Christianity, we're giving a pass for Christianity. I'm not gonna be able to interpret that. It's neither a transliteration nor does it kind of make sense. We're just gonna have to brute force it. Unless I attach it to some sort of Christianity related thing. Happen. It's probably gonna be the same for Confucianism. Stop typing say. 清洁工
清洁工
我们应该尊重清洁工的工作。
is it's 巨星绿星
扣顽强
他有顽强的精神。
what's another one? Tenacious. I think tenacious works there.
融合
这个地方融合了许多不同的文化。
It's like melting, mixed together, combined.
鼓励
他的话深深鼓励了我。
What? What?
静
Oh no. YOLO? Okay. Alright. This is like tenacious.
鹤录音
录音机
Oh, this is... Wait. Is this? No. It's not. It's a s.
色
There is my too. My is a one too.
罢工
他们因工资太低而罢工。
Or on strike, yeah.
雅
This is what I thought the elegant was gonna get combined with. Oh.
伤脑筋
这次的计划让我们都伤脑筋。
秘密
I failed. Okay. Is this I think it is. No. Wait. No. Oh. What is that? What? I need to reevaluate that.
科 大楼
在大楼前停车。
莫婚。莫婚。 哦，莫婚。 What? Oh, I typed the wrong tone there.
捐献
捐献是一种帮助别人的方法。
Oh no. I barely got this the last time. But did it work? Oh.
姓 拖欠
信用卡账单不应该拖欠。
Or it's like debt, or it's kind of the same idea.
急
YOLO.
是
I don't know why I shoot. Oh. Oh no, it's not. What? Not that. Huh.
仍旧
他仍旧是10年前的老样子。
Oh no, it is persimmon. I just spelled it so poorly that it was unacceptable. What? What is one? This is. What am I looking at? YOLO.
需
Oh, is it like bend? Oh man, bend is so weak. Okay, so what happened here? 这长桌子的 Oh, it's 宽度 or not 宽度 wall or wait, no, it's not. It's how wide it is, like how spacious. It's very wide, like the length. What the? What am I looking at? What's going on? One. I could have sworn it was Quan. Am I getting the Quan in? No, we had that Quan. I actually legitimately thought it was 4. I remembered it as 4. I don't know. There is a Quan that also means like broad and wide, but I don't know why that Quan is 1.
终止，
公司可能终止合约。
or terminate or finish it.
对，政府，
大多数人支持新政府。
Yeah, 摸婚期。摸婚婆，摸婚妻。I thought. Oh. I messed up the more. It's way. Okay, that's fine. It's okay.
巧，
Skillful, I guess. Ay. Why do I want to type? Okay.
宽度，
这张桌子的宽度刚好。
I don't know why 宽度. Okay. Right, sure. Oh. Yeah, we're changing that. Without a doubt, we're changing that. Oops. Supposed to be with.
不，
Lack grasp. Depth. Credit. Credit.
Zhan.
I really thought this was Obey. Or am I screwing this up? Told. Hey. I'm not told. Oh, it is Kun. Okay. It's fine. Happy Thanksgiving? Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving week. Oh. Alright, good.
路府宽大
这间房子非常宽大。
How have you been?
我
Yes. How will I celebrate Thanksgiving? We don't have anything planned. I'll pretty much do the same thing. This needs re die of yeah, we're something for this. I think it's a bag. Yep, I'm gonna need something for this. What were the? Yeah, it was arrow. Some yeah, we need something. Gonna change that up. It's probably depth or oh yeah, to be in depth. Yeah, a rares. It's fine. Okay, how did I, so, oh, more is the inverse, right? Oops, T. How are you gonna celebrate American Thanksgiving? Oh.
丧失
丧失信心会影响你的成功。
未婚妻
我的未婚妻是我最爱的人。
首肯，
他给了我一个首肯。
Excuse me. You didn't last year, but this year your professor invites you to her house. Aw. Is your professor doing a traditional thing?
河川，
很多动物依赖河川生活。
That's lovely. I would love to hear what your experience is gonna be like when, like what your experience is like.
正版，
你应该购买正版软件。
带，
Why am I drawing a blank? Doubt that. She's also from China, but you'll have a dinner. I see. Yeah, when I said traditional, I basically inferred like what type of. Well, that depends. Is she Asian American? Is she an ABC? Because when I mean traditional Thanksgiving, I don't know what, I'm not entirely sure what you think I mean by traditional Thanksgiving. Or is she international from China, is what you're saying? From doesn't help me distinguish since you're in the United States. Just having Thanksgiving, that's interesting. The traditional like Chinese immigrant Thanksgiving involves doing Chinese things, but same dealy. I don't know how much more I could say about that, but like hot pot would be what the family would do if we do anything. Please. Yep. What makes you get? They have children, so I guess they will prepare some traditional things. Oh, they have children? That's interesting. I don't know. That's a bit of a mixed bag. If they had children and those children are American, right? That would make them ABCs. That's a kind of a mixed bag. But usually, at least, you know, I would be similar to those children in this situation. It would still be whatever the dominant thing is. So let their kids feel better in students. Wait. So let their kids feel better in students? Wait, what does that mean? Not ABCs. But what does so let their kids feel better in students? I don't understand what so let their kids feel better in students mean. Like, they easy to get along with their classmates? I still don't know what that means. So like their kids are students and they get along with other. I'm not sure. You're gonna have to rephrase the last three things. I did not make the connection. So like you're saying the students are not ABCs. Or you're saying they cook traditional things too. Yeah, I'm confused. Oh, there. Yeah, I can think of like 6 different ways what you mean by that. I don't know which one it is. My guess, the thing that makes most sense is their parents have children that are not ABCs, so they're gonna prepare traditional things because they invited classmates that are also not ABCs. That's why they'll get along. If everyone in school are talking about Thanksgiving, they should have some common topics. I'm not sure, is it clear? If everyone are talking about, if everyone in school are talking about, they should have common topics. I'm not sure. So here's the thing. You're not telling me who you're referring to. So like, are their children students? Because if they're students, there's no guarantee that they would have similar common topics. But if they're ABCs, they would typically have common topics to talk about. But if they're not ABCs, then they would largely not have common topics to talk about. So I don't know who's not ABC. Their student, or the students, or the children. If the children's are from China, then it would not be a common topic. If the classmates are from China and they're from China, then they would probably have something common to talk about. If they are from the United States, like they're born in the United States, then I don't see how the students would guarantee your professor. I'm not saying your professor. You're talking about the children. We're not talking about the professor anymore. You're saying, you said the professor is from China. I already know the professor is not an ABC. Students refer to their kids' classmates. Oh. Students are referring to their kids' classmates. But I was talking about their kids. So their kids aren't ABCs. Like you're referring to like 5 different things, and I don't know which one you're referring to. So all right, so let's go from the top. The professor is not an ABC. The kids, I don't know, because you started referring to classmates. Why is he talking in riddles? Kids should be American, you guess. I see. So now we have professors. Your professor is from China, and their kids are likely born here, and they invited other students that are not ABCs, and that would mean that they might have something to talk about. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that makes sense. That's interesting. I mean, Huh. That hasn't happened to me, so I don't really know. That's it would be interesting to hear what you guys end up talking about. My Thanksgiving experiences, usually I get invited to other people's households, but they usually don't like interact with other students. Like I haven't ever been to. Oh, I have, sort of. Like for Christmas and stuff. I've been to other professors. Oh, that's okay. Like I wanted to know because you said that they would prepare traditional stuff. Usually in Thanksgiving, it's kind of a mixed bag. Like I would say, yeah, it would be interesting to see what your experience end up being. Sometimes it's kind of like a hybrid. When the children are born in the United States, they tend to have a mixed thing. So I was kind of curious if they end up being traditional or not. In my family, we do traditional things. So not traditional American Thanksgiving, but traditional ethnicity things. And I think in terms of Thanksgiving, it has been that way for most immigrant families. So like instead of the turkey, for example, it would be like a duck. And then in other places it would be a chicken. And then other places it would be ham. So and then if you're like from a specific immigrant background that don't consume any of those things, they would vary from place to place. So it would be really interesting to see what that's like from your professor's perspective. Yeah, we pull up a 火锅. There's 火锅, maybe like 炒饭, some fried rice, and do your. I actually sometimes we break out a moon cake or something. Honestly, maybe even a what do you call them? 桌子? No, 桌子. Sticky rice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't attended a Thanksgiving thing in a while. Actually, one of the most like American thing I can think of is not even make Thanksgiving dinner. Sometimes like the New Age stuff, they would go out to eat. Yeah, they would go out to eat. I'm not talking about my parents' generation. I think my parents' generation, traditional Thanksgiving would be eating in the house. I think that's like the most consistent thing, eating in the house. And then you have like the New Age kids. They would go and friends. Are you familiar with the phrase Friendsgiving? I think Friendsgiving is what would be. It's kind of old now, but the concept is if you're away and like you're a student away, all the students would go and meet up and eat something together. But it wouldn't deal with like a traditional home cooked meal or something. It would be a bunch of students hanging out, friendsgiving, because they can't like make it back to their family, or maybe they're estranged from their family. I think yeah, I'm not doing anything, obviously. At least I don't think I'm doing anything. But my parents do have a habit of saying, oh yeah, Friendsgiving is easy to get. Yeah. So it's not guaranteed though. Like tomorrow or in 2 days, my parents like, oh yeah, we're going out. We're like going to visit a friend's house, like a family friend's house tomorrow. And then I just go along. Like there's really not too much planning involved. That's kind of cute, your professor thing. I'm just gonna give it a pass here. It is Wei. Oh wait, what have I been typing? I don't know what I have been typing. It's fine. I didn't do anything. But I typed the first time. Did I type Wei. I think I accidentally typed Wei as opposed to Wei. And then Wei was, you know, white beach house. Where does the word? Where does the word? I think I should work on Wei. Wei is missing. I thought it meant. I actually have no idea. So that's good. It was Wei. It looked like Wei. Let's see. Am I nearing the end of the deck? No. Oh yeah, that's right. The top thing isn't. Well, it's up here. You can kind of see it. It's cropped off. It's 78 out of 77. It's in the top right. We are halfway. Halfway. Mudang Ko. Muda Kondai.
目瞪口呆，
他们看到奇怪的东西，全部目瞪口呆。
Yeah, we're at 79 out of we're at 79 with 76 to go. What the?
洋溢，
节日的街头洋溢着欢庆的景象。
Just like brimming. Okay.
谢，何谓？
何谓快乐？
Oh, it's call. Okay, hold up. What is for call? We did another pair of ways before. Okay, so that's associated with mouth. Let's take a quick look first. Oh yeah, yep. And then this is the one that's supposed to be differentiating from stomach. Okay.
Bing.
What? Huh. Alright, take care, Zhao. I look forward to hearing your Thanksgiving experience. Let's see how different it is. I've never... Midwest Chinese perfect. Huh.
裸体，
这部电影有一些裸体场景。
哭泣，
他开始哭泣。
What the Bing, man? I don't use a rares. It's like to be in a rare, but it's more like to pass to. So we're just gonna use pass to. Oh, I just realized that's goal. Oh yeah, it is goal. Oh, interesting. All right. Wait a minute. Oh wait, how? Wait, that doesn't make it. Think about it again.
镇定，
镇定自己，别害怕。
What the Bing? Yeah, it's to complete to create like a portal and stuff to combine. Oh, okay. I'm okay with that.可歌可泣 or 可泣，可歌可泣。
可歌可泣，
他们的奋斗精神真是可歌可泣。
Move to song and tears. Very moving, yeah, that's fine.
担忧，
我担忧他的健康状况。
我担忧他的健康，健康，将，哦，状况，状况。I mean, it's kind of like concern. Okay. What? 首肯。Oh. 豪宅。
豪宅，
这座豪宅有一个大花园。
Okay. What? Oh.
吼，影，
Oh, are you my? You're my.
买，
That's a coincidence that came up. Okay. What in the world?
下坡，
经济走下坡。
Eh. I'm gonna say
露珠，
太阳出来了，露珠慢慢消失。
oops. Wait.
取
We're just gonna say to be like to pass due. It's the same reason. B in a rares is like not the greatest, or B in debt, fine. Being behind in payments, but to be in a rares is not an English word that I would place in context.
米醋
这道菜需要米醋。
Whoops. That's the wrong typo.
分泌
泪腺会分泌眼泪。
汗凳
那黄像 Ooh. It's not 分眼分okay.
药丸
医生给了我2颗药丸。
We'll figure it out. Oh no, the armless. Oh, okay. Ah! Wait, what? Oh, not fun. Hung. Oh boy.
树立
工人们正在树立新的柱子。
工人们站在树立新的柱子。Stand and erect. Okay.
框哼
泌尿科
泌尿科
他在大学读泌尿科。
Say what? No, yes, no. What in the... Hold up. Wait.
红
Okay. Mm-hmm.
竖琴
他喜欢弹竖琴。
展
Let go. Okay.
八
Okay.
篓斑点
那是一只有斑点的小狗。
What the 斑点? Okay. You know, I really thought this was... Oh no.
氛围、
预示温暖的氛围，
预示温暖的氛围。or ambiance. Okay.
匪、
Okay.
指、
定心文. What? Oh, whoops, I missed the G.
定心丸、
这句话就像一颗定心丸。
框、
Uh-oh. What, the Empress with the flag? Oh.
屡次、
他屡次迟到，
喜、
Oh no. I lost it. You think you found one reason why you tend to have seconds while eating? It's because you eat with chili sauce, so there's still some sauce left, but you finished your rice and you get more rice just to finish the sauce. This is nice to notice. That sounds like a great revelation. Yes. What type of chili sauce are we talking about? Sounds delightful. I actually just, my mouth started salivating at the idea of chili sauce. Yeah, Kirby just sucks up the mountain of beans. What does that mean? I think we're gonna get a pass for that. How did it get there and how does he consume all of it? That's fine. Anything really Indonesian kinda makes chili sauce for any dish? Indonesia kinda makes chili sauce for any dish? I see. That's okay. So Indonesian chili sauce. Well, that was kind of, it kind of answered the question on its own. What's the side? How do I side this? So many chili sauces, too many to list? Yeah, but what was the chili sauce you were using? Like, it's one thing to say there's a lot of everything. There is a lot of everything. The internet is a lot of things, in general, right? But you were very particular about the things, so maybe there's a very particular chili sauce you're referring to. It's to the sides. Or it's the side. The Shang... Oh, just Shangmin. The Shang... Really, Shang? The Shangmin. Something... Yang... Dakai. I legitimately lost Yoko. That's supposed to be Yoko. Or is it not? Yeah, we drop that. Hoang. Oh, horizontal. That's how you get Yoko. Maybe I'm gonna on horizontal need to change. What do we get stopped on? Probably the bucket. It's more so the bucket. Oh, it's like expanding the aquarium horizontally. Yeah, that's not great. Your favorite is usually the chili sauce for soto or bakso or sambal? Okay, I see. What? Oh, meeting. I think we're gonna have to group vertical and horizontal together to make them a little bit more relatable. Yeah, let's group. I should write a note. So group horizontal with vertical. They're kind of rough in general. Okay.
横向
I'm drunk. Old. Whoa. Alright, I was pretty unfortunately mistakenly confident with that one. Oh boy.
徘徊
他在房间里徘徊不定。
Pretty confident about the Chang, I think. Chang. Oh, I accidentally added G. I typed the wrong thing. Hold. I don't know.
冰咬
他在花园里被昆虫叮咬。
嗓音
孩子们喜欢听他的嗓音。
音。
官吏
那个地方的官吏很腐败。
帮
I'm still at odds with the other one. We're at 4 right now. 5. It's kind of an average day. How long have I been studying Mandarin and Japanese? We're about 2 years. We're getting close to 2 years. Mandarin may be like short 2 or 3 months. Like Mandarin's like 1.5 years, I suppose. Okay. Couldn't quite grab the thought back. One's definitely key. Like you're just about to hit 1 year of Japanese. You watched some of my flashcards. You seem like you're doing great. Thanks. How is your 1 year? How are you doing with your 1 year anniversary for Japanese? What are you? How is it? How's that going? Have you used it for any creative processes, like something that you enjoy using your newfound Japanese? Turtle shelling. Yeah. Oh. I thought it was. No.
挑剔，
LT. 妄想。
妄想，
你这是妄想，事情不会那么简单。
That's a pretty good point. Like you're being absurd. Matters aren't that simple. Let's see. I thought this was. How's that not doing? Huh. It's a shade.
椰子水，
我每天喝椰子水。
Yeah, that's not it. You feel good about your progress doing Anki every day? I see. And you've been mainly playing games and reading manga to study lately? So just started the new Pokemon game. I think the new Pokemon game had a recent announcement for a DLC, right? How are you liking that new Pokemon game? Being able to immerse somewhat comfortably with native media feels like a good milestone. That sounds excellent. Sounds like a great milestone. Glad to hear positive things. What are those the things you intend to do with your Japanese? Is that a milestone to another milestone, or you're getting to like you have aspirations of any to, I don't know, visit Japan, or is consuming native media like that goal you're going for? You're hoping to do a working holiday in Japan next year? Oh, there you go. Way to plan and follow through. Working holiday. How does may I ask, how does working holidays work for you? Do you work in tech? We have a pew pew, a second pew pew, and a road. Why is the second pew pew and road not clicking here? 这些问题something 还没有解决。it's probably
迄今
这些问题迄今还没有解决。
until now. This problem hasn't been fixed yet. Until now hasn't been fixed or solved.
那
What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing. Sometimes you just know, and then your fingers decide to type something else.
催
New Trey. That's kind of weak. Quite weak. The leaf.
T 物 又
This one's kind of weak. Heck. Wait. You don't work in tech, but you're planning to go something for labor base. Ooh, that's actually really, really different. Nice. You're sure you won't be near N2 and N1, so you feel like customer service will be out? Or my goals with my language studies? That's a good point. The nearest goal is to reach the content end of WaniKani and HanziHero for the time being. That would be a tentative goal regarding this project. In a month, we're starting Boon Pro to see how Boon Pro works. 2026. These are yearly-ish projects within the next 2 years, right? In terms of applying them, this is the application for. The application is the learning process. So my goals with my language study is to participate in as many different approaches and methods there are for language learning. As to what languages and whatnot, well, we still got Spanish and French at the moment. The goals, typically language learning goals, it's the learning that has the goals. So the goals is to explore different ways to see how people learn, and the application is to use my understanding of how people learn to integrate into different learning processes. I'm more on the side of education. So most of the studies are for the goal of education, as opposed to using it for personal consumption. This is my pleasure. My pleasure is to talk to people and learn and relate to their study methods, habits, and whatnot. In terms of consuming things, I do already do most of those things. So I already listen and consume material well before I started language learning. So it's kind of nice, like over time you're putting the puzzles together. So I watch anime. I don't read manga too often. Usually I listen to audiobooks in a different format. But movies, entertainment, video games. The next video game, for example, to empathize with your video game thing about Pokemon. The main projects I run are, well, this starting at the end of this month or the next month, and then into the New Year's, the new Like a Dragon game is going to come out soon. Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides are coming out in February. So every February we play Like a Dragon games in Chinese, Japanese, and English. We do main story runs generally in Chinese and Japanese, and then we play the majority of the game for like completion and stuff in English. So that's how we rotate. And then on top of it, 2026 will be the year I run back all the legacy games in Persona. So Persona would be the thing that I will record for the Japanese and English side of things. Usually it would be using English as a facilitator, and then we would play through a main story quest run on an NG Plus or something in Japanese. That's kind of the goal. Like a Dragon is the project that I've used from now on as the reason why Chinese and Japanese, because it is one of the few series that have 3 casts. Most of the games are triple dubbed, and because Sega does that, I usually use Sega titles. And then Atlas is part of Sega, so some days I actually expect that Persona's next game will be in Chinese, Japanese, and English. It's usually where Atlas and Sega are heading towards. Like, for example, while Persona 5, the Phantom X, the gacha game, the live service gacha game, is not currently available in all 3 languages, it demonstrates that Sega Atlas is cooperating and collaborating with the Chinese market, because Phantom X is pushed out by Perfect World and Blackwing Studio, which is Chinese based. So right now, Sega and Atlas games tend to have growing opportunities to have 3 languages available for both audio and text. So that's kind of our goal that's related to the language studies. I want to play Like a Dragon games and have opportunities to play them in and appreciate them in different languages. That was the original inspiration. So 2 years ago is when I ended my Like a Dragons series. We played Yakuza 0 all the way to the at the time to Infinite Wealth, right? And then everything in between. And that's kind of the application for that. I really have no like other particular goals in mind. I'll probably visit Japan with like a friend or two in the near future to visit, right? As a trip. And that's probably the most immediate stuff. I'm excited that you're doing something labor based. I think you're the first person that mentioned labor based work vocation in Japan. I wonder what that's like. Very interesting. I imagine then that means you say next year. So you have an entire. Oh wait. I guess next year being like the incoming year. Huh. Very soon. Very soon. Being near N2 and N1 after a year is pretty impressive if you pull it off. Otherwise, I think perfectly reasonable and serviceable to have N5 to N3 well practiced, as opposed to consistently pushing to expand complexity. You have a friend who said English native speakers can get jobs in warehouses and don't need to speak Japanese. Oh, I can see. Yeah, okay. I can definitely see that. You think between N4 and N3 at the moment? Yeah, that's kind of where I would place myself, conservatively. The nice thing about, in my opinion, here, like, this would be like a silver lining. The thing about businesses and working in, obviously I've never been to Japan, but I did grow up in a face culture household. And oftentimes, one of the value systems that you get immediately when it comes to the culture in a face culture like Japan and China is that when you work in a business environment, the nearly 80 to 90% of conversations or communication things deal with business oriented things. So when it comes to speaking, you actually do quite a lot less of what you might think. Like, but here, the silver lining is that when you're learning, you know, as an English speaker and whatnot, oftentimes it's listening and seeing and corroborating those things that ends up going the longest way when it comes to any public interactions. Like, oftentimes when someone asks me, oh, you know, my parents speak Chinese, or we speak Fujianese at home, and they're like, oh, can you teach me some phrases to say, so it makes it sound like they understand. And it's like, じゃね, 你好, and kidoing. And that's it. You can go into a house, be hosted, use visual cues, and then most of the stuff you can interact in 3. Jane means like an acknowledgement, right? And then kidoing means please, thank you, like, etc. And then ni hao, how are you? Or how is it? How's things? How's everything? So that's kind of like how I feel when it comes to learning Japanese as well, where if you are super well practiced in acknowledgement and a group of questions, that would be the primary focus. Because when you're working and your business is acknowledgement, like わかりました or 大丈夫です right? And like you know, so maybe like そうです or なんですか? That kind of thing would be largely sufficient. And then all the rest is like you usually listen most of the time. I mean, I'm not sure if other languages have a similar feel, but when it comes to Mandarin, I can process and listen to most of the things because I've been around my family. But responding is as limited as 我知道 that's it. Like, I know. And it's like I agree or yes, 我不喜欢 like I don't like it, right? Very, very simple phrases, and getting those down packed gives you all the potential opportunities to constantly listen and immerse in your activities. And one day when you like randomly self-talk and whatnot, it connects really, really quickly. Like for this, I'm illiterate, so I was illiterate 2 years ago. I don't as a background. However, I do have ear training for this type of thing. And the moment you have a lot of ear training, reading and listening and like imitating becomes, at least in my opinion, become like really second nature. So hopefully when you're at your labor-based job, having your solid like series of questions and then acknowledgements and whatnot, you get all the enrichment and fun of being able to listen to native speakers. I would love to hear about your experiences using English too, because Japan is in this like weird zone where the secondary language is also like the stereotype you have with Americans, for example. It's very apparent in Japan too, like the reverse. So it would be kind of interesting to see a native English speaker, right? Or I'm imagining you're a native English speaker because you mentioned other native English speakers. Like, what is the exchange like? I genuinely feel that language learning seems to often be one directional for people. But for myself, when it comes to learning and emphasizing education, I like the idea that there's a collaborative exchange. You have friends that speak Japanese as well, which is great for conversational practice. That's amazing. That is like, you know what? Being able to consistently work on Anki and you already have friends that have conversational practices, that's like, you're already set. It's absolutely, I can't emphasize how invaluable it is to have other humans around you, like being willing to engage in the activities. Yeah, I feel like in my 2 years of like streaming this stuff, I think 70 to 80% of the individuals who like are on and off and demotivated and stuff, rarely do they ever mention the possibility of collaborating or interacting with someone else. And having friends even to speak Japanese with is fantastic. Good on you, James. Good on you. This is my way of giving me every reason to talk about Japanese and Chinese. So, right. And that's kind of where we're at. Like, for example, Seoul, right? This is Seoul. And I actually don't know if we have anything for this. It might be coal. I mean, it kind of just looks like coal. My way is to find ways to use it regardless. Like, have Japanese and Chinese overlap with each other as quickly as possible. And then whenever like someone asks questions and whatnot, and that's when you talk about Japanese. So that's the context that I'm using my Japanese and Chinese. And that's probably my primary goal. One of my primary goal is to get people interested in language learning. Regardless of what works or what not, you can always make it work, right? Motivation. Kind of like a parasocial, asynchronous way of encouraging people to tackle another language. And the secret mission is that I think on the internet, personally, people don't like learning things anymore. And what I mean by that is there's a big difference. Obviously, you have conversational practice experience. There's a big difference between knowing something and understanding it. And one of the ways to bridge the difference between knowing and understanding is using it and applying it. So that rewarding feeling that you mentioned about being able to consume native content with greater ease, that is the moment that understanding, that feeling and reward of understanding is there. I feel a substantial amount of people on the internet who gets really used to saying, oh, I know this, I know that, have yet to actualize their reward through learning something. Because knowing is not the entire picture of learning. It requires this. It requires both steps to do so. So basically all of the in-betweens. Conversational practice. I've yet to engage with other people with conversational practice. It's nice to see that you have friends that do so. Are they your coworkers? Are they going with you? Or are they there? That would be kind of interesting. So, what's going on? One of these is not right. Oh, maybe because that needs a soul. Alright, that's definitely Quan. Quan. Am I screwing up the story? Oh, you're all hoping to travel together? Oh, dude, very lucky. One is a native speaker, which is great as well. Dang. You don't even need Anki anymore. Just throw Anki out. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's lovely that you're doubling down on different types of measures to engage in the language, despite having so many things. And I imagine that native speaker then is from Japan or is in Japan. So like you even have someone who's like a native of the place. What am I? Oh, I typed Quan instead of cool. Okay with that. Okay.
Sui.
This is him punting. Okay, satisfied. Brush.
逮
Hi. Right. Hi. Or apprehend. Hi. This is King. Keen. Oh no, it's not Keen. Keen needs a soil. This is Shen. Shen 是 follow. Not sure if I have Shen yet for follow. Oh. Oh no, this is Yuan. Do I have Yuan? I think this is supposed to be Aku. No, not Aku. It's kind of like equivalent to Aku. You gonna head out? Thanks for the chat. Yeah, good luck, good luck. Good luck with the rest of yours as well. Good luck with your trip. You know, the next time we talk. Or maybe even after the trip. Good luck. Enjoy. Look forward to maybe catching up sometime. Thanks for stopping by.哑巴。
哑巴
哑巴无法用口说话。
What am I looking at? Yellow.
分
Okay.
云
Ying.
蒙
狂妄。
狂妄
他的狂妄态度令人不悦。
How do you be like arrogant? It's just arrogant. Okay.
删掉
我决定删掉那张照片。
燕
How is this not Dung? What else could it be? East building. Oh no, wait. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Oh. Okay, we can get two things mixed up actually. Oh, it's because Dung is the opposite, isn't it? Hold up. It's an inflection, isn't it? Hold up. Oh no, it's tree. Okay. I think that's fine. Not too good about that. What is Chung? This is the hills in the with the bundle exhibit. Do I need a reminder of exhibit?
陈
Let's write something else to distinguish it. Yeah, exhibit is not the greatest.
豆
What the dough? What the dough? Way of the bean. Oh no, this is weak too.
仓库
我们要清理仓库。
So I worked on Ku, but it's still not clear that it's in the house. How do I get it to so that it doesn't look like it's in somewhere else? Oh, like storehouse. Storehouse is better.
火炬
他高举火炬，照
Oops. I meant to type yeah there. What do we have for the armor at the door? Armadillo at the door.
书写
他的日记书写了他的内心世界。
隔阂。
隔阂
他试图打破与同事的隔阂。
爬
Okay. Armadillo and oh, just kidding. Oh,
船闸
这条河上有一个大型的船闸。
夜战斧
战斧常被用在战争中。
河
second 淮河。
淮河
淮河是中国7大江河之一。
Okay, let's see what I included. All right. 5, maybe 6 things. That's pretty average. Still pretty average. 69. All right, let's get to this. Hogtied pig. Shu or shui. Shu. Being Jaw. Dang it. Tree and wood. Oh, yeah, that's not great. Lan. Jiao. Xiang. I have no idea how this is working. What was the mnemonic for Xiang? What is that? Sherlock. Pawn shop. Feathers. Like what did I what is even this mnemonic? How did the fire work? I don't even remember like reading this. Oh no, Shrek. Yeah, I don't even remember reading this, so I better read this again. I don't. Dang. Door, feather, and fire. Hmm. Being. I don't know the being one either. I mean, other than third. Wait, I already know. Wow, I really skipped today. Oh, he lied down. Oh, he was trying to escape detection. Right. Dexterous fingers and spray. Ugh. Bottle and basket. Hey. Mao Wei. No, Mao Mei. What the Mao Mei? Oh. Risk and dim, taking liberties. Ooh, that one's could be rough. What is the right? So difficult to see. Oh, poor. Wait, Jing Po? That's not right. That would explain it. Wu Po. Wu Po. That would explain it. Definitely the disconnect. Oh, okay. Jiaying. Jiaying. Mei Tan. Yi Jiaying. Oops. HanKan. HanKan R Tan. Mu Tan. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. No. Wusher. Okay, let's go. Got some weak ones here. So we have Sherlock. Going to the bathroom. Right. Heading over to the bathroom of the house. Informing a lady who he stole her heart. The ladies whose heart he stole. to tell her to forgive him for ditching her right away. Right. Pretty standard Sherlock behavior. For another case, something more interesting. We have Bigfoot, who's outside of the infirmary. That's interesting, that's the infirmary. Not much is about the infirmary, though. I might have to worry about that. Because I could think of it as Bing, as opposed to Bing. Like Bing versus Bing. Bing. Let's see. So, you know, Bigfoot is occasionally leaving the woods, doing up his hair, right? Doing up his hair to be all elegant so he can interact with the nurses from the infirmary. Neighboring infirmary. Got George Costanza. This one's weak. George Costanza inside the office building. And for whatever reason, he wanted to demonstrate his contributions to the office by converting a scepter-shaped rock and chisel it into, and use a chisel and chisel it into the shape of a hog-tied pig, because that's how he feels about the job. It's good enough. We got Legolas, who is in the pawn shop, his pawn shop, where he met up with a human female who insists that she would only pay 1 coin for a picture of a priceless picture of Elvish Forest or something like that. And Legolas refused to part ways with that photo for only 1 coin. Seemed mighty greedy, right? And we have James Bond. James Bond in the bathroom of the barn, finding himself having to paint the door, you know, with a brush. Paint the door with a brush because one of the foremans, let's just say one of the foremans accidentally caused the door to be hit with incoming poop projectiles from a cow. Not really, but good enough. Yeah, because he's undercover. Right. Undercover. Gotta do it. I got Shrek. So this one, I lost the mnemonic. So Shrek is in front of the pawn shop. Yeah. Oh, it's a flag, not a door. Okay. Then he gets a flag and uses that to fan them, giving it enough oxygen to grow larger. He keeps on fanning so it goes larger to Shrek's height and makes the pawn shop owner call the police. I didn't remember reading this at all. Dang. That doesn't usually happen. Interesting. I might have actually skipped it. That is a very distinct possibility because it looks like Shang. Okay, so no, Shrek's a bit grumpy, right? Grumpy Gus doesn't like the pawn shop taking up his swamp space. That's a door, though. It's not a flag. Yeah. Interesting. I think we're gonna change this right now. So let's see. Or maybe we make Shrek like guard. Maybe not. A guard is too much like. So Shrek is in the pawn. Is in front of the pawn shop. No, maybe like. Maybe protesting the use of swamp space for owning second-hand goods. So in the act of protest, took some feathers, light them on fire, in front of the door of the pawn shop. Maybe to further, we can incorporate both to further fan the flame, fan the fire. He hold the store flag, started fanning the fire. Maybe something like that. Or maybe, yeah, he used the door's flag. We'll just incorporate both. Things are getting rapid. Very rapid here. Characters are getting a little out of control now. More characters in vocab. Alright, so that's what we're doing. And of course, the stuff shift, which is really annoying. I don't know why it's doing this, but the character arrangement is constantly shifting. They don't stay in place. So we're just gonna assume these are in line, but it's not the character. The character is over here. So this character got moved over here. It's pretty annoying. What we got? We got the protests by setting fire to some feathers. And then fanning it. Right. Just gonna use this type of notation. Fanning it with the flag in front of the door. So whichever one. Okay. Then we have Bigfoot again. This time he's in the basement of the English Manor. Trying to stay hidden, right? Trying to stay hidden. He's wearing what was he doing? Trying to stay hidden from a person. So like a person came down, maybe like a rich person came down, he donned a hood and lied on the ground for the third time, right? So for the third time, over here. I think these all shift to the right. James Bond. This is James Bond infiltrating the bathroom of the electricity plant to leave a message, right? Leave a message. What he did was he took... Oh my gosh, it's all over the place now. Let's see if I can remember this one. This one had something to do with... spray. Oh yeah, it's the next one. So he uses dexterous fingers to use a high-tech axe tool and spray to write "j." This one as a coded message. And you have Harry Potter, who's in front of the pawn shop. What are you doing? Oh, he's leaving the pawn shop with a basket of bottled potions, hoping that the bottled potions will help him heartily practice his magic and get better. And we have Patrick, who's in front of the beach house. This one's the embryo, right? So he came across at night, he came across a moon-shaped embryo here. Okay. Embryo on the ground. On the ground with no signs of the parents. So he went and take care of it, hoping to make a new friend. Alright, we have 5 again today. Lots of average days lately. One, need to figure out one. I think one is enclosure. So we're just gonna do like a storage enclosure. Flower. I think it's aquarium. No. Like that. Yeah, that's probably Quan. I don't know how the seeing thing work and the drop thing. Let me think. This is wide. Oh, this is like a walking eyeball throwing something at the Koopa, and he went wide and hit the... like throw flowers or drops at it. This is bad. We're going to change that. Like it's all sort of messy. Man, this is definitely the worst. Die. Now, die is kind of weird. Why do I not think of die when I see this? Or bag. So is there any part... Oh, there is die, sort of, up here. Gonna have to look at that. And then... way. That looks right. Wait. How? No, call. This is lined up with way. Stomach. This is a little disappointing. What was it? He way. A little disappointing. And then Hung was disappointing too. Yoko. Yoko. What was that? Like tree? It's tree, yes. Tree. Bucket. Aquarium. Horizontal. It's kind of like wide and gap, width and length. And then chung. What was the last chung? Oh, that's unfortunate. Chung is very unfortunate. Mistaken in identities. Chun. Chun. Exhibit. You can definitely. And this is coupled to Dong. For building. Alright, so the couple ones, we're gonna give it a pass. So Wei and Chung, that's fine. We'll link those up. Hung, I think we're gonna solve by coupling it with, what is the most recent? Shu, right? Shu, which is, yeah, it's really weak. So we should couple them. It could also be Zhong. We can also couple it with Zhong. Do we have another horizontal? Not really. Let's cover it with Shu. Shu was... this? Yeah, Shu. Which is vertical. Do I know Zhong? Zhong is really big. Zhong is like... like sandal with a conga lion. Oh man, you know what? Let's grab Zhong as well. It was something like... so yeah. We have silk, right? Sandal, conga lion, and foot. And the mnemonic is outrageous too. But it looks outrageous in a different arrangement. So we can tie this up too. Add Zhong to the list. I mess up already? No. Oh, yeah, I did. I added an extra show. Okay. So we'll do those things and then dye. We can couple dye with something. But I kind of want to add and change dye. And Quan is not cutting it. Yeah, for broad. Although we have Quan. Where's Quan? It's oh no, not Quan. Quo. Actually, is Quan a thing or Quan Quo? It is not. That's kind of unfortunate. Yeah. I was thinking of qual the whole time. So we can link it with qual. No, that's too far. What do we have? Walking eye. We're gonna use C for walking eyes too. How about making Koopa more of a steely thing, right? Koopa's in front of the pawn shop where he is maybe going to see what a walking eye, right? See what he can get with a storage container full of flowers. See what he can get by dropping a storage container full of flowers in a wide storage container full of a wide range of exotic flowers he pilfered. Okay, that's okay. Kind of mid. Die. I think there is a die that we can use, right? Yeah, or loan. Oh man, loan is not that great. Loan is our closest. That's not really that. And it is recognizing the top. Oh, wait. Die. Okay, so we have die, and die. Okay. Actually, all of these are... Oh, wait. Do all of these contain... No, they don't. You got 3 dies. Substitute, loan, and bag. Oh, what was this? The bag of student blood. And wearing a black dress. Suddenly chased him around the bathroom trying to stab him with an arrow. Oh. Actually, that's pretty good. Is it the arrow that I got stuck on? No, it's the dress that I got stuck on. Alright. Becca is in the bathroom of the high school. Dressed in a black suit as a disguise. And targeting arrow. You come upon a slender man feature where he decides to use a sleep dart. Wait, do I have darts and arrows? Is there a dart? I don't think there's a dart. We'll just use dart or Use a sleep arrow to tranquilize. The poor guy. To fill some blood bags without the students knowing. Something like that. How'd I miss die? That's kind of disappointing. Not bad today, not bad. Pretty average day. Problem ones kind of continue to be problem ones. Way was a little disappointing, and then die was a bit disappointing. Hoang has classically been trouble. Chung was a mistaken identity. It's interesting. It's largely because Dong is more recent than Chung, which is expected. Quan was. So the two that I would be worried about is probably Hoang and Quan, which those tend to be classically a problem. Although the nice thing is Dai has 3 dies. And they're unique to that combination. And then Wei also has unique to that combination. That would also explain why I know that it's Wei without quite remembering what the character itself stands for. The vocabulary was understood. And then Chung and Dong, that's probably a concern. Yeah, so 2 concerning things is three, Meng, Chung, and Quan. The other 2 just happen to be unfortunate. The other 2, yes. Alright. That's a wrap for today. I wonder why the YouTube side of thing is starting to use people's handles as opposed to their placement name. Maybe that's a security thing. I'll have to look into it. It was great to hear someone who's about to start a next chapter in their life with their language learning stuff. Pretty neat of hearing that. I think in the next year or 2, 5 or 6 people are realizing the dream, I suppose. It'll be fun to catch up with them. Talked a little bit about Thanksgiving too. Thanksgiving, I think, is on a Thursday, right? It's on the 27th. Or is it always on the 27th? Actually, let me make sure I actually understand stuff. It should be on the last Thursday of November, which happens to be just the 27th this year, right? Right? Am I crazy? Yeah, it's the 4th Thursday of November. 1621. Giving thanks. Let's give thanks, right? It was a little bit confusing, but hopefully not too confusing. I'm looking forward to hearing people's those who observe American Thanksgiving or do something similar, right? I talked about this a little bit before. Harvest festivals are not necessarily uncommon internationally. Harvest festivals tend to elicit that similar feeling of being thankful and celebrating the harvest, right? Being thankful for things that have come to pass and looking forward to celebrating what you can make of the harvest. The Thanksgiving, while it might not necessarily be literally about the harvest anymore. The sentiments are still ring true across like internationally. Other countries, these are fundamental parts of anthropology or like societal practices, and usually the time of celebrating these things often lines up with being thankful, right? Giving thanks to things we have. And November, the whole act of Thanksgiving, outside of your geopolitical things that people tend to highlight or stereotype in order to diminish the celebratory feeling, a digression for another time. I would like to focus on the aspect of it's getting near the end of the year, and in the United States at least, I like to think that in these times of the year, it's great to feel thankful, being around loved ones, people you trust, having virtual Thanksgiving, that's perfectly fine too. And what I mean by virtual Thanksgiving is if you can't be around loved ones or friends, start a Discord call or a Zoom. Is Zoom still around? Start a chat and enjoy a long distance, powwow with other people. I was I get sappy near these times. So much like the bit at the end of WaniKani, I hope that despite geographical separation and being far away, or quote unquote only having online friends, I suppose, be great to maybe you don't observe it officially or nationally or something, but near the end of the year is a great time for self-reflection and celebrating in the sense of being happy and thankful for what you have. Yes, you can spend the rest of the year, like next year and the beginning of the year, you can spend the rest of the year talking about all the things you're about to do, don't have, and whatnot. I do genuinely like the idea of Thanksgiving. And I mean the idea and conceptual Thanksgiving. So we're not pulling hairs here like, oh yeah, we don't have Thanksgiving in, I don't know, insert X country. Or most countries have Thanksgiving, a period in which you honor all the things that you have now and what you can do with them, and then being thankful for being around things that you have. And I really enjoy that. It's great to also have the privilege of hearing that Jiao is gonna be able to interact with some sort of mix of the celebration. I think he's only been here for 2 years. So the first opportunity, or almost 2 years, and the first opportunity he said he didn't do Thanksgiving last year. So it's really neat to see what that's like. I am a sap for Thanksgiving. Or I'm pretty much a person who loves seeing people sit around and focus on the idea of telling everyone, each and every one in a party, how it's delightful to be alive now and be in each other's presence, right? To share a meal. I think it's absolutely universal. I don't know, whoever might be interested in Japanese culture, Chinese culture, Spanish, French, like it's universal when it comes to the idea of camaraderie, thankfulness around a shared activity, and that's eating. I think eating is one of the blessings in disguise, right? For some, it's a curse. I understand that. It is a blessing in disguise. That it's great to be alive, to share a meal with other people. It's one of the most unique properties about being human. Having an intrinsic abstraction of understanding time, lineage, and the visceral experience of emotional connection, or as much emotional connection as possible with the people, despite maybe indifferences and animosity and trust. It's a great time to try to see the bright side of things for at least the moment. So I'm going to keep saying these sappy things each and every day until Thanksgiving is over, and then we move on to the Christmas spirit, which that in itself is a bit more international when, when the technical conditional police comes and drags me away and say, well, technically there's also Hanukkah and, you know, other religions. Like, okay, we'll get into that as well eventually. The American Thanksgiving is kind of narrow, so not too bad. At least what I can express here is I'm thankful for all the times and privileges or random serendipitous meetups. Confusion and awe. That's kind of one of the wonders of being alive and being human. Obviously, animal family members are totally welcome in Thanksgiving. I actually find it incredibly adorable that in my 38 years of life, there were times when I was in Thanksgiving, the doggos, you know, your pets and cats and stuff, they are part of the family too. So for all those pet owners out there, be thankful for having that too. Anyways, I thought I'd leave it on a very positive note. In general, I will probably end with something kind of sappy and reflective and constantly reinforcing the idea that I'm truly grateful for things near the end of the year. I think about all the things that happened within the year, right here. Privileges, comforts, a roof over my head, fun people hopefully being excited about language learning, and thinking people briefly happy for a period of time. That would be fantastic. So until next time, basically tomorrow, I'll keep people in mind if I do anything for Thanksgiving, if anyone's curious. Sometimes I watch movies of Thanksgiving. I watch Thanksgiving movies and whatnot to kind of get into the spirit of things. If not, I'll be here and I'll probably be spouting another 15 minutes of being thankful. Maybe I can do a fun little spin on Thanksgiving. I do like sharing other people's Thanksgiving stories as well, right? Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。Thanks for watching, and happy holidays. Happy end of year festivities. We'll continue to focus on that. Until next time. Bye bye.